Well, this is match number 3 in Cricket West Indies CG United Super 50 Cup, a Zone A clash, Barbados versus Jamaica. Good morning to you wherever you are. Welcome to the National Stadium at Providence in beautiful Guyana. The news is not a good one, and that's because heavy overnight rain with persistent showers this morning. It eased up just about 9 o'clock, but then came lashing rains that drove the ground staff away. The pitch is well covered. There are lots of water on it, as you can see. The ground staff has since returned, and they're removing the covers. This will take some time, so far no play. Speaking to the umpires a little while ago, my colleague John Ramsing. Good morning to you, John. What's the news from out in the middle?
Hi, good morning, Inajit, and good morning to everyone. Like you mentioned, not good news, and the umpires, they're convinced that we will have play, but not before they make an inspection in about 45 minutes. They want to look again at the outfield, at the conditions after the ground staff would have removed all of the covers, and they want to look at that maybe around 10:15 local time, 9:15 in Jamaica. And once they're satisfied that everything is okay at that time, they will eventually have the toss, and the earliest they want to start, maybe it's about 10:45 local time, bordering around that 11 a.m. So it's over to the ground staff at the moment before we can actually have the ground handed over to the officials. Ground staff, based on the amount of rain we had overnight, early morning, and even just as we are about to peel the covers off this morning, because of that amount of rain we had, they will take some time. So the umpires doing the right thing, saying once the covers are removed, then they'll have a look at the venue to ensure that it's playable before they make another decision.
Yes, and it's good to see that we do have some manual suppers here at the National Stadium, and the ground staff, they're having those on the covers, sopping up whatever water they can. We also saw them being very creative, holding the tarpaulins, taking off the water, dumping them into wheelbarrows, and transporting the water beyond the boundary line. So that's the situation here at the National Stadium. I think both teams, Barbados and Jamaica, they're eager to go against each other. But once rain fall, it will surely stop play. Looking up into the heavens, it's very bright. I can't see any dark cloud. We are seeing white clouds at the moment. And if a little breeze can pick up, it's going to certainly help in the weather conditions.
But the only issue is that the weather forecast for today at Providence says that it will be a cat and mouse situation until about 1 p.m. today. But there's a big clearing to the east where the rains come from, just above the scoreboard that you're seeing on your monitors right at the moment. So that is encouraging. There's a little bit of wind as well, so that's going to perhaps push those dark clouds away. And we can all begin to keep our fingers crossed, because we know that the weather, it's unpredictable. And at Providence, whenever there is cricket, there is rain. But it tends to hold up so that we can have some excitement.
I hope that the mouse is very quick and the cat cannot catch that mouse, and the sunshine will continue to blaze down, and a little bit later on we should be having some play. So that's the news from the National Stadium at Providence. Rain has delayed the start of play between the Zone A clash, Barbados versus Jamaica. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from the National Stadium. Stay tuned. We're going to keep you updated. This is Indrajit saying bye for now. Hello and welcome once again to the National Stadium at Providence in Guyana, where Cricket West Indies CG United Super 50 Cup continues in an A-zone clash. Barbados, they are taking on Jamaica. When we last reported, the ground staff were feverishly trying to get the waters and the covers out, and they have done so. Great job by the ground staff, lots of water on the covers, and as you can see out in the middle, both teams, Barbados and Jamaica, they are practicing, doing their warming up activities. News from the umpires is that we are going to have the game start at 11 hours. So that's it. Game starts at 11 hours. The conditions are still good for cricket. Up above, there's still some dark clouds, and that should get better as the morning progresses. With me once again is my colleague John Ramsing. John, it's good to see that the covers have been taken off. The ground is dry, the pitch is good, and we should be having play around the hour of 11.
Yeah, indeed, 1 hour ago, it was not looking good at all. Lots of water lodging on the outfield, and I was not thinking about an 11 o'clock start because it had to take a big effort to get the water off, not only of the playing area, but the covers that were on. The heavy covers were on. The entire square was covered. The bowlers run up were covered as well. So it means that a lot of work had to be done to get those covers off and all of the water off of the surface. It looked as if it was never raining here at Providence. As we can see, like you mentioned, the players are out in the middle. The playing strip looks extremely good, and there's a little bit of overhead clouds hanging. They're very high. No breeze just yet, but the players are out there as if it was never happening, as if there was never rain this morning. And it goes to show that this training facility at Providence is extremely good. And once again, it was tested and has passed with excellent and flying colours.
Yes, and once there is a commitment to a cause, you can make things happen. And here is where the ground staff should be congratulated for a fantastic job using whatever at their disposal to ensure, first of all, the water was removed from the covers, and that could have been removed. Going out in the middle there as we speak with you is the skipper for Jamaica and Barbados. They surely will be spinning the toss at 10 hours 40, and we'll be having play started at 11 o'clock. Final words from you, John?
Yeah, well, I think a few overs will be deducted. It will not be a 50 overs a side contest, but I think maximum as possible, maybe 46, maybe 45, and I think both teams, before the start of play, realizing that we'll be reducing in terms of the number of overs, they can be ready and prepared for this slightly reduced contest. But I don't think they will be able to take away from the excitement and from the action, because both teams, it's a very short preliminary tournament they will be having. Barbados already won their opening game against the Windwards. Jamaica having their first opportunity in this segment of the tournament against Barbados. Then they will play on Monday against the Windward Islands. So both teams will have two preliminary matches, and they want to make sure that they maximize in those two matches. Barbados won the first one. It's up to Jamaica now.
Yes, so the battle lines have been drawn and play will start here at 11 hours. We will be coming your way with commentaries at 5 minutes to the hour of 11 o'clock, and we shall update you then as to how many overs would have been reduced. Until then, it's goodbye from Providence.
Well, a pleasant morning to you once again, and we greet you with some exciting news this time, and it's more pleasant than what we had a few moments ago when it was raining cats and dogs in Providence, preventing the start on time of the match. Barbados against Jamaica at the National Stadium in Guyana, here at Providence. So we're just about ready now, and the news from the toss that Barbados won the toss, and they're having a bat first against Jamaica. Captain Haley Matthews is at the non-strikers then, and Kaisia Knight will face the first ball. Chanel Henry sending down the first delivery from the northern end of the ground, the media center end, and 45 overs per side, and it promises to be another ding-dong battle as these teams look to get into the wins column in this very short preliminary tournament before the semi-finals and finals. My name is John Ramsing, and with my presenter this morning, the first 5 overs, Anthony Kemraj, will be pleased to join Inderjeet Prasad and Matthew Kisoon as we bring to you this, the third match in the CG United Super 50 Cup. So it will be 45 overs per side. The first session will end at 1:51 p.m. or thereabout. Then we'll have a 30 minutes interval for lunch. Second session set to begin at 2:21 p.m. And 5 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 9 overs. Bowled! Leg stump knocked out. There is Kaisia Knight playing too much across. Left her leg stump exposed, and Chanel Henry strikes in her first over. Barbados losing. Kaisia Knight, the informed batter, without scoring, bowled by Chanel Henry, none for 1 in the first over. At this time, we'd like to say good morning to Anthony Kemraj.
Good morning to you, John. Good morning to followers on live stream here in Guyana and overseas. What a way to start after we had that delay, the match being reduced to 45 overs per side. And in the very first over, that's the way you go. You take early wickets. And that ball was pitched the wrong leg stump. And she was shipping to play on the onside, but missed completely and lost her leg stump. Pretty early strike here for Jamaica. And this is interesting because, you know, Jamaica and Barbados over the years, John, they've had some keen rivalries.
Yes, and after winning the toss and opting to bat first, you do not want to lose the early wicket. But that's not the case with Barbados. Good bowling from Henry, right-arm medium fast bowler coming in from the media center end. And the sun is certainly back with us now. Looked as if it was never raining at Providence. And the players are ready to give us a full day's play at the moment. So the new batter is the other night sister, Kaishona. And wide delivery down the leg side. Umpire Lyndon Rajkumar signals a wide. So umpires for this match, Lyndon Rajkumar, the Trinidad and Tobago umpire, the man from Saparia down south. And standing with him is school teacher in Guyana, Nankumar Shiv Sankar. He's currently at his square leg position. Appeal, half-hearted, turned down. So yes, and our standby umpire, or the reserve umpire, is Moses Ramphal. He's also a school teacher from Berbice, same area where Anthony Kemraj is from. So the teams for today: Barbados winning the toss and batting first. Haley Matthews, Shakira Selman, Kaisia Knight, Kishona Knight, Alisa Scanterbury, Alia Allen, Nijani Kamabach, Alia Williams, Trishan Holder, Shay Carrington, and Shanika Bruce. Another delivery on the pad of Kaishona Knight, and it goes down to short fine leg. And first run on the board second run in fact, both via extras. So the extras coming in the opening over as well as the wicket. Jamaica, captain Stephanie Taylor, Rashada Williams, Tamika Sanford, Natasha McLean, Vanessa Watts, Kenisha Ferron, Nisha Ann Waysam, Chanel Henry, Corinne Howell, Shiri Nation, Jodie Ann Brown. Missing out, Jodie Ann Morgan, Jerona Walcott, and Selena White. While for Barbados, not playing today, Shante Carrington, Charlene Tate, and Shamila Connell. This is the second Group A match. Oh, that's a lovely flowing cover drive off the bat of Haley Matthews with And she took it, and that's 4 runs to Haley Matthews. She's off the mark. Continuing from where she left off, she's an extremely good touch this entire tournament. And as you can see, coming up on the replay now, how she dispatched that one with disdain. Anthony, that really is a shot of the morning so far.
Yes, coming off that innings of 99 against the Windward Islands in the first game, and she continues to impress. That was pitched outside the off stump. She was into the drive very early, bisected 2 fielders on the offside, and picked up a very early boundary for her team. She is going to be the price cap, no doubt, first up here. They want to get her wicket, the Jamaicans, but I'm pretty sure that she's going to want to stay there and build a lovely innings today. But she has started on the right note, getting a boundary pretty early, and the day promises to be an exciting one because early this morning we had showers, John, but we're now having brilliant sunshine, and the rivalry, the keen rivalry between Jamaica and Barbados continues.
All right, so Vanessa Watts, like we saw in the T20 segment of this women's tournament, opening the batting and opening the bowling, and she's going to be doing so again with the new ball, but in the 50 overs format. 2 new balls are used, 1 from each end. So Watts will be using the new ball, which will be given to her by umpire Nankumar Shiv Sankar. And she's going to be bowling to Kaishana Knight. Knight is yet to get off the mark, but Matthews with that low full toss. Perfect delivery to get off the mark. In the first Group A match we saw 2 days ago, Barbados won by 149 over the Windward Islands. And Matthews getting 99 on that occasion. Watts starts down the leg side. Matthews 99, Kaisia Knight 72. 177 they put on for the opening stand. This time, the first wicket going down without a run on the board. So it's a new day altogether. And cricket, you always say in cricket, you have to start from 0 again. Oh, that's a good delivery this time. So, getting it right. Vanessa Watts. 7 for the loss of 1. Early days yet. A late start this morning due to early morning rain. Down the leg side again by Watts. Inconsistent in her bowling so far, and that's going to run away down towards the boundary behind the wicketkeeper, despite the best effort from Stephanie Taylor, the captain, at slip. So more extras. So that new ball not being controlled well by Vanessa Watts, and with extras being 8, just that boundary off the bat. 4, so it's 12 for the loss of 1.
Yes, as you said, inconsistent with her line and length, and that was way down the leg side. Evaded the keeper and the solitary slip in Stephanie Taylor, and it went down to the boundary for 4. Pretty good start here for Jamaica, apart from the few lapses.
Coming round the wicket this time, getting bounce and turn, and that one looked much better to the left-handed Kaishana Knight. She was beaten. She was surprised.
Yeah, that was an excellent delivery. Just pitched and turned and left the left-hander.
This time she'll get the single and get off the mark. So both batters are off the mark. Kaishana Knight and Haley Matthews. So Matthews right-handed, Kaishana Knight left-handed. And we saw in the previous match that Barbados played, the left-hand, right-hand combination at the top of the order gave the Windward Islands all sorts of trouble. And if they continue to bat for a long time, Kaishana Knight and Haley Matthews, maybe you can see that trend repeating itself.
Yes, time and again we see the left and right-hand combination tends to break the rhythm of the fielding team. This is a ball that's stroked into the onside. The fielder knocks down, and they'll get a quick single. One of the things that I want to mention, the first match, the running between the wickets between the Barbados players was pretty good, and it just goes to show, John, that you have to be running well between the wickets. Understanding, communication, all these things come into effect.
Communication is one of the strong pillars of good partnership, and it works in all formats of life, all facets of life. Another extra in Watts opening over. So she's down the leg side. She's very ragged. Wide, dot, 1, 1 wide. So it's a very long opening over.
She's getting the ball to spin and bounce, but what she needs to do is just to line it up, because you see she's getting that drift. All she needs to do is just push the ball up a little bit more, and she's going to have the support. She's having that from the wicket.
Yeah, drift. You can get drift with a new ball because it's difficult to turn a new ball, especially on a fresh track as well. So finally the over comes to an end. So what's 9 runs in her opening over. Barbados winning the toss and batting 15 for 1 after 2.
Yes, so we're enjoying now some breeze coming into our commentary area, and that is something that we long for, because of the humidity, I guess. It's building up that pressure, and then we're having clouds, and then we're having rains. But we just hope that the rains would stay away, and I hope that a few spectators would come in to watch this all-important clash between Jamaica and Barbados. Over the years, I know the rivalry, has been so intense, and it continues.
Henry will continue. This is her second over. And in the T20 Blaze tournament, we saw Barbados coming to Guyana as defending champions, and Jamaica taking that title from them. And both teams are drawn in Group A for the Super 50s. And once you can come out of the group, you go to the semi-finals and then play in the finals. So chances are these two teams can get to the semi-final, and if they win their semi-final, they can be in that grand final again, and that rivalry that you're speaking about can continue.
And this, John, might be somewhat of a little bit of a grudge match. All these matches when, a team beats you by a narrow margin, and then you come to play the other day, you think to yourself, oh, we can take this one, and we're going to take this one. So, the rivalry is always intense out in the middle.
Well, Barbados did beat Jamaica in the T20s. And because of the net run rate, after both teams finished with 4 wins apiece, after 5 matches in the T20 Blaze, Jamaica were adjudged champions because of that superior net run rate they had. Yeah, grudge match maybe, but a different format, and they'd like to really get everything right, both sides. Inside edge, a little bit of inward movement from Henry, and a single. But teams do not like to look too far ahead. They want to take this match, then go to the next round if possible, and then look ahead. But the teams, for obvious reasons, do not want to say, we will wait until the final to put our best foot forward or whatever. They want to take one match at a time, and every game treat it as a final.
This is an excellent delivery again from the right arm pacer, bowling from over the wicket and drawing the left-hander into the drive, and then at the last moment the ball it just shaped away to the keeper, and she's getting movement. And as you said, John, in these matches, these tournaments, you want to take the opportunity very early, and you don't want to allow it to happen late. And once you can start scoring and score quickly, remember this is a reduced match too, so let's see what will happen.
Yeah, good work on the replay. You can see the ball pitching and moving away from the left-hander. This time she'll get some runs, at least 2, because Corinne Howell at fine leg gets around to her right and sends a good return. Nice, strong return to the wicketkeeper. Wicketkeeper Tamika Sanford. But 2 more to Knight. But Henry's getting this ball to bounce and to move, some lateral movement very early. And that's a very good hallmark for a seam opening bowler at least. Still cloud conditions here at Providence. So the picture may seem a bit dark. It's not because it's night, it's because it's a lot of clouds hanging overhead. 3 overs gone. Barbados batting first, 19 for 1.
Yes, this is a relatively patient start. We expect that after losing the very quick wicket of the opener. So they want to rebuild from here. And these two are going to be absolute key for Barbados. Matthews along with Knight. But I know the Jamaicans, they would want to get another wicket, and more so the wicket of Hayley Matthews, who has already shown her desire, her hunger for long innings. So once they can get her out early, it's going to be the step in the right direction. So we see the spinner continuing from the immediate center end, and we'll start over number 4.
Banged away. What is this? Chance for run out of the non-strikers end. And the return goes to the strikers end. Where was Hayley Matthews going? That one was played straight to the fielder, who got the return in quickly. Her partner Kaishona Knight was was contented with a single. And we see the return coming back to Stephanie Taylor's end. And she collected a return and did not throw down the non-strikers end, because by then Matthews had it. But the second one was not on there, Anthony. This time Henry hits the stump as they were looking for a quick single. They got it, and eventually we get an overthrow because the ball ricocheted off the stump, but the non-strikers end and into the gap. They were able to get the extra run. So the acceleration now, for some reason or the other, is on very early, citing the fact that maybe a single was on.
Yes, and they want to seize the opportunity out in the middle, maybe turn the ones into twos.
So there we saw Henry just hitting that stump. Yeah, but Knight was home, and eventually they got the second via the overthrow.
And you talked about earlier. You asked where was Hayley Matthews going. I'll tell you something, John. She's pretty enthusiastic. Looks to have a lot of energy, and maybe she's just a little bit too excited. But she's one. I can tell you for sure. She gives 100%, and that's nice to see from our West Indian players, isn't that so?
Yeah, once given the opportunity, you want to really perform. This is a big stage. Well bowled from Watts this time. Ball coming back into the left-hander after pitching. So she's not getting turned because it's a new ball. She's just getting some drift.
Yeah, but once she pitches it up, you can see that she's causing problems for the left-hander.
Quick single again. Chance for run out, and Hayley Matthews gets there. A direct hit would have seen her struggling. But once again, good work from Corinne Howell. Picked up the ball very quickly at that short backward square and sent the return to the keeper's end. But Matthews, with a full dive, got home eventually. Let's have a look on the replay. Oh, I think with a direct hit, she'd have been gone. Excellent work from Howell. And that's the end of 4 overs. Barbados turn a 3 for 1.
Yes, that would have been disastrous had it hit the stumps. But then she got home the last moment. She had to put in a full dive. She had to put in a full dive, John, and she made it home. Luckily for her and her team, 23 for 1. We've had 4 overs bowled. The sunshine is back with us in all its brilliance again. And as I said to you earlier, we're having this little bit of wind coming into our commentary area. So that will signal that, we're going to be having a fair weather. And we just hope that we wouldn't be interrupted again by the shower. So as we speak to you, the physio is out and lending some support to Hayley Matthews. But you look at the Barbados team, John, they look very eager. And that's nice to see, winning their first game by 149 runs. Remember that match when Matthews got a brilliant innings of 99? We all thought that, she would get the 100. And unfortunately, she didn't make it. And then yesterday we had another interesting game with Trinidad and Tobago winning by 8 wickets. So Barbados and Trinidad and Tobago have stepped in the right direction so far in the competition, winning their games.
Yeah, it's important that you can begin a new format of the tournament and win the games early. So Barbados out of the blocks, that big win over the Windward Islands after a good bowling performance from Barbados. TNT yesterday over the Leeward Islands. Leeward Islands did well to get to 133, and Trinidad and Tobago batted well to overhaul that total, the loss of just 2 wickets. So it sets up this Group A match very nicely between Barbados, the defending champions in this format, the Super 50, and Jamaica, the new T20 champions. So this is a big one And maybe if you want to look down the road, you may want to say this is the first final of the tournament. They may have a few finals, really, because of the big contest. Guyana will take on Trinidad and Tobago tomorrow, so that's a good game to look forward to as well. And that has been dubbed the Father's Day treat. So you can look forward to that one. Jamaica will play their next game on Monday against the Windward Islands to complete Group A, and then Guyana against the Leeward Islands to complete Group B on Tuesday. The next day we'll have semi-finals, and the following day the semi-final number 2, and the grand final on the 25th. So it's a very short tournament. The format is quite different because of rains. The organizers not taking any chance to go to another venue using the National Stadium, which has shown to have good drying facility, and even if it's storming, they can have some matches. So all matches being played at Providence.
Yes, and you talk about the National Stadium, and earlier when the T20 plays, some of the matches were scheduled for Enmore and Everest, and I guess the Cricket West Indies realized that here's what, we're having inclement weather in Berbice, in Guyana, so we need not take the matches to those venues, and we have a premier sporting facility at the National Stadium. And why not use it up to your advantage? And the amount of rainfall we had this morning, perhaps if you were at a country area, perhaps Albion or Everest, we wouldn't have had any play, John. Do you realize what's happening? So we've got a tremendous facility here, one of the fastest drying venues in the world. So why not use it up? And kudos to the West Indies Cricket Board, to the Guyana Cricket Board as well, you know, for joining hands with the West Indies Cricket Board and organizing and hosting this competition. So it augurs well for West Indies cricket.
So the physio is still out in the middle, and the umpires are having a look at what's happening there, and some of the other players are just bunched up in groups having some discussions while that repair work is being done. So interesting as well, West Indies and Bangladesh in the first test match in Antigua and Barbuda. Overnight, West Indies 2 wickets down for just about 50 runs. Bangladesh bowled out for 108 in their first innings. West Indies 265. Captain Craig Brathwaite 92. And Golakesh Moti, the debutant from Berbice, Albion, 23 not out.
Yes, and I thought if he had a little bit more support towards the end, maybe, you know, he would have gone on to get a first half century, who knows. But it was a well-compiled innings from the left-hander in his first match. Didn't show many nerves. And let's hope that the young man is going to go on. But I know Bangladesh are on the ropes pretty early in that test match there this morning.
So we're about to resume with the action. And it's going to be Chanel Henry to continue. This is the 5th over of the innings. Henry's third. Already with the wicket of Kaisia Knight. Bowled without scoring. Barbados 23 for 1. Barbados not totally settled just yet. Not the kind of display we saw when they batted against the Windward Islands 2 days ago. They were more composed. This time we can see that they haven't yet settled against this Jamaica attack. And Jamaica having their problems as well with wides.
And sometimes, you know, and it's a good thing you mentioned that. Sometimes you come up against a weaker opponent and then you think that, you know, you can dominate, and you dominate on the day. But I don't think Jamaica... they're much stronger, and they've shown that. They've shown that. In parts, they've bowled a few wides and so forth, but apart from that, generally speaking, they have been on the stumps, and they've put a lot of pressure on Barbados too.
Sky Sean Knight not quite ready as Henry was about to bowl. She's going to have to make that long walk back to the top of her mark. Number 17 on her shirt. Very nice young lady, Chanel Henry. Hard worker. Breaks into her approach again. And this is the fly zone because another aircraft is making its way overhead. This is the fly zone for the second international airport in Guyana, the Eugene F. Correa International at Ogle. So lots of aircraft will be passing over the National Stadium as they make their way to land at Ogle. That's outside the off stump. And there's Kaishon Knight going for a drive. Maybe he should have been better advised to leave that one outside the off stump alone.
Yes, and talking about aircrafts and airports and all that, did you follow, John, that Berbice, an airport is slated to be built there pretty soon?
Yes, I'm following. That'll be very nice. Good delivery again. Yes, the development is very clear across Guyana. Infrastructural upgrade, you may want to say. And I think an airport of standard is long overdue in that part of the country. Well, the easternmost county, Berbice. And you know, there's that name given to Berbice, the ancient county. Soon it's going to be the modern county.
Well, yes, and of course, we have also a stadium, which is also slated to be built there. So, you know, we might be hearing John Ramsing in the near future, commentating from the National Stadium in Berbice and not at Providence. But lots of developmental work, as you said, planned for Guyana and Berbice, and this is only going to be good for the cricket and all of that.
So this one is misfielded by McLean, and a little bit of sliding as she gets towards the boundary, and the ball will get to the rope. Umpire Rajkumar signaling a boundary. There was Kaishon and I getting a full delivery, driving to extra cover, and when you thought McLean had it covered, it went through her hands and down to the boundary for 4. And with the wet outfield, the ball held up a bit, and she also losing her ground. And in the end, a boundary to Barbados to end the 5th over. Knight is on 10, that's Kaishon and Knight. Matthews is on 7, her captain. Barbados 28 for a loss of 1.
Good, 28 for 1, as John said. We've had 5 overs bowled, and this is a very, very intense clash. And I remember my childhood days following cricket commentary on the radio. When Jamaica and Barbados would come up with a clash, then you'll be eagerly anticipating to see excitement, you know, and look forward to all that's happening in West Indies cricket. So the competition is stiff out in the mid. It's 28 for 1. To start over number 6 is Watts, bowls outside the off stump. And it's almost a wide, taken by the keeper. And the score remains at 28 for 1. Pleasant sunshine, and it's fine weather. And I have a fine gentleman who has just replaced John Ramsing to my right. This is cut away. This will go away for 4. Let's see what will happen. Yes, it crosses the boundary ropes now for 4. So given that room and finding the gap on the offside, and she gets a welcome boundary, the right-handed Hayley Matthews. She's on 11. 10 is Knight. 32 for 1. Good morning to you, Mr. Matthew Kissoon.
Good morning to you, Anthony. Good morning to listeners and viewers all across the world, especially in the Caribbean region. Jamaica and Barbados in particular, 2 top countries in women's regional cricket. And really a top match here today. Brilliant sunshine.
This is a ball. This is stroked up into the onside again, straight to mid-on. She can't beat the field. But we talk about the rivalry and all of that. You know, it's a good thing that we mentioned that the spirit of cricket is being maintained on the field, even though we have that rivalry. Another good ball there from the right arm off spinner.
Yeah, one of the top bowlers for Jamaica, Vanessa Watts, 34-year-old. You know, she's only played 1 ODI for the West Indies women, where she scored 18 runs and picked up a wicket, and that was way back in 2014, Vanessa Watts. And that was against New Zealand, of course, 4 T20s as well, 25 runs and 2 wickets, and she's never appeared for the West Indies senior women again, but has played a lot of cricket for Jamaica at the regional level.
This is a ball, and she's coming forward. That's Hayley Matthews. If they'd want to take 1 wicket now, though, it's going to be the wicket of Matthews, because after coming off that brilliant innings of 99 in the opening game against the Windward Islands, she's going to be one that they'll want to see back in the pavilion. She's on 11. 10 is Knight, and we've had 6 overs bowled. It's 32 for 1. This is a good time to remind you, you're listening to the CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence.
I think Matthews has got to be very careful here. She's taken a couple of streaky singles that to my mind wasn't quite called for. She needs to stay there, anchor the innings, and begin to score very quickly at another point in the innings. But for now, she needs to stay settled. When she got out for 99, the dreaded 99, it was an experienced bowler in Etienne from the Windwards who picked her off. She got her out LBW. That would have been, a period where Matthews would have been saying to herself, wow, I missed out on 100 against the Windwards, but it was the experience of Etienne who picked her up. And you look at the Jamaica fielding, you look at all of them out there in the middle. They're pumped up. They're a good side. They've already won the T20 title. They've dethroned Barbados. They want to beat them in this version now, the 50 over title. They want to take it. And why not? They should be very positive and very confident. And I'll tell you what, the psychological warfare is very heavy out there, because Jamaica would be very pumped up, knowing that if they can remove Matthews, that would be the big wicket.
That was an excellent delivery there from that's Henry, and bowling from over the wicket, moving the ball across the left-hander, and not getting the edge, but brilliantly bowled from the pacer there. 32 for the loss of 1 wicket. Yes, and I think, yes, the psychological warfare that you talk about, I think it's really out in the middle. And I think one of the best fielding teams, though, if not the best, has been Jamaica in this competition.
Very good indeed. And Henry is a very good cricketer. That's a single pushed into the offside through cover. And a chase for, I believe it's Waysam. And they get one. Nice shot by Kishonna Knight. She's been around for a while too, played 47 ODIs for the West Indies women with 800 runs under her belt and 46 T20s. So she has experience. You look at Kaisia Knight, who was dismissed very early for a duck. Up the order, she would have played 84 ODIs for the West Indies women. So she would have played more, and 64 T20s as well. But to have picked her up very early in the innings would have been a good scalp to get for Jamaican. And Chanel Henry continues from where she left off in the T20 tournament, where she has picked up quite a few wickets, having her leg stump knocked out of the ground in spectacular fashion. It was none for one then. But Henry's young. She's 26. She's played 31 ODIs with the West Indies women and has picked up 19 wickets. So she's there. That one was just angled down the leg side. The line just a bit wrong, and you can see the disappointment on her face as she walks back. That's not what she does often. But 19 wickets under her belt and 32 T20s with 8 wickets. So she's there. She's growing in confidence and in experience. And she's a key player for Jamaica and also for the West Indies women.
This is a ball. This is much straighter, and the Jamaicans, I guess they sense that. Look,
7 overs gone, 36 for 1. Barbados winning the toss and batting here in this crucial encounter of the CG United Super 50 Cup.
yes, sometimes you look at some of the famous boxing matches, and we've got two brilliant fighters out in the middle, and either reluctant to give the other the edge or the opponent the edge. You look at Jamaica and Barbados over the years, they're so reluctant to create that little bit of opportunity for the other team. And it just goes to show, this fantastic game of cricket. And this is good for West Indies cricket, because when we have this kind of a competition, Matthew, it feeds down to the younger generation, isn't that so?
Yes, and when you look at Jamaica, Barbados, two top teams in women's cricket, you also have to think about Guyana and Trinidad, two teams that are evenly matched as well. And if these teams play a lot of cricket together, these girls gain experience. They will grow in confidence. They will craft their skill well. And perform well, and that's what you need. When you have to play against weaker sides, you will pick up a lot of wickets, you will score a lot of runs against them, but many a times your technique and your skill is not quite tested enough, as we see a change in bowling from the place pavilion end, and Waysam will come into the attack. Nisha and Waysam. But brilliant sunshine, wonderful conditions to cricket now. Heavy rain would have delayed the start. Play starting at 11:08 this morning. Just 10 overs lost overall, so 45 overs aside. That's turned away. Through backward square for 2 by Kishonna Knight. A very busy-like player. Very busy like the 30-year-old. And I think the key this will be the key partnership here, knowing that Kaisia Knight went very early in the first over. These two will have to steady the ship and ensure that they can give their team the sort of score that they want. There's Scantlebury and Comerbadge and Holden Carrington to come. Down the order, Selman and Allen and Williams and Bruce. But these are the two, Anthony, that would really have to stay there and ensure that Barbados get to a very good total.
Yes, I think the strength of the Bajan batting is the top three. And once the team can, get through the top three, that's why Matthews, I guess, is playing the innings that she's playing, and, trying to stay there and trying to shepherd the flock more than anything else.
Nicely pitched up, bowling round the wicket, onto the front foot and driving nicely into the cover area.
And we must spare a thought for Stephanie Taylor, Matthew. She has led this Jamaican team with pride and real professionalism, isn't that so?
Yeah, the veteran player, much liked and loved throughout the world for her skills. Very good cricketer, 145 ODIs under her belt and 111 T20s. You couldn't ask a better person to captain the side as well with all that experience. And you look at her wickets column, and she'll bowl a little later on, 152 ODI wickets and 98 T20 wickets. That is class. That is experience.
She's driving. That's Knight outside the off stump, and it might have been beaten as the ball goes down to third man, and she gets another single. So Barbados not going away with the run, so to speak. Jamaica maintaining a tight rein on the Bajans. With over number 8, they're just 40 for the loss of 1 wicket. But this is the kind of a slow start that they had against the Windward Islands. But they were able to build up a really respectable score, and then to come out and dismiss the Windward Islands. So they'd want to continue in that way, not to lose wickets early. That is, as Matthews settles.
And the rate is good, 5.22. Inside the edge onto the pad and then bounced away into the leg side. Nothing is wrong with 5.22 at all. When you look at, we're in over number 8. Matthews, 11 from 14, that's good going. Knight, 16 from 30, that's all right. Nothing's wrong with that at all. This is 50 over, it's not T20.
Yes, so they want to build a partnership, build an innings from here, and see how far they'll take it. So we've had what? We've had 8 overs bowled in this contest, and Barbados winning the toss and batting here against Jamaica at Providence. They have total 40 for the loss of 1 wicket, with Hayley Matthews on 11 and Kishona Knight, she has 16 to her name. This is a good time to remind you, you're listening to CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence.
And Matthews is young. She's 24 years old. She's got a very, very good future in years to come playing for the West Indies women. She's already notched up 69 ODIs for the women and 61 T20s. And you look at her wickets column, 78 wickets. That's driven gloriously through cover, beaten. That's fair on to her left and down to the boundary for 4. That's class. That's sheer class from Kishona Knight. A glorious cover drive, and that will do her confidence good.
Well. That was pitched up, and she was into the drive very early and beat the fielder there, Ferron, who was stationed short in the offside. And the fielder, who was at mid-off wide, hadn't a chance too, so that was struck with fearsome power. And she picked up a very important boundary.
Don't pitch up to this young lady with experience on their belt. That's another good delivery this time.
And you can sense, Matthew, that the Jamaicans, even though they picked up the first wicket very early, you can sense that, look, they want something else. They're clapping and, they're on their toes. And this is cricket at its very best.
These are 2 prize cubs. If you get both of them, you know you're into the Barbados batting, which will be weaker coming down the order. And look, we're talking about Hayley Matthews, always looking for the single, 78 wickets under her belt in ODIs and 61 wickets. So you look at a young lady who's just 24 years old and you say to yourself, wow, she will be exceptionally brilliant in years to come for West Indies women's cricket. A class player. Watched very carefully around the world is Hayley Matthews.
And the thing I like about Matthews too, not only her performances on the field, she's a leader. And in most cricket teams we have captains and we don't have leaders, right? We need leaders for young ladies and young men. And she has, I guess, she has really filled that role really nicely for her team, Barbados.
And you know, everyone talks about Deandra Dottin. What a player. Now they're going to get the single. A little bit of sloppy work, and they're going to pick up 2. The return comes in from Natasha McLean. That wasn't called for. That was a bad bit of cricket there that's a field at cover. And they picked up 2 runs that they should not have got. But that's 2 more to Kishonna Knight, I beg your pardon. And she will take those runs, 22 from 35. But I'm saying, we're talking about Deandra Dottin, you know, magnificent player for Barbados. What about Hayley Matthews, you know? And you talk about leadership, right? And she's done well with this side. She hasn't done anything that one can say it's wrong, but she's done well with the side. The over comes to an end, 9 gone, 46 for 1.
Good. So Matthews and Knight, they continue to battle out in the middle, and it's a fair run rate. They're not speeding in any way, so to speak. It's a 45 over affair, and so they have time on their hands, and they can be content that look, we can build an innings from here. We don't have to be rash, but we have to be very selective, and see where we'll take our team up to. But this is a super clash between Jamaica and Barbados here at the stadium. So Waysome continues. That's another throwing drive, and when she drives outside the off stump, you know, she's just a picture. She looks so elegant, and doesn't have to play with too much of a power. Her timing and placement, you know, is always at the top of her game, and that's nice to see. 47 for 1. Sometimes it's not all about power, Matthew. It's more timing and placement.
And that's what Hayley Matthews is good at. She's an excellent timer of the ball, places the ball well too, finds the gaps. I'm just concerned about her running between the wickets. I'm very concerned about that for Hayley Matthews. No need to panic in the running department. No need to panic. You're setting a total, no need to panic.
This is pulled through a vacant mid-wicket. This will go into the boundary for 4 by Knight. This was a much more short, and she found the gap very quickly, and she picks up another boundary. So she will go up to 16, I make it, and will push the total up to 51. The 50 has come up in rather quick time. 51 for 1.
Yeah, someone is off the field for Jamaica. That's the substitute fielder there, number 14 on her shirt. Someone is off. Try to pick that up for you in a moment.
So Walcott is on, I think. So Knight has 26 from 38. Matthews has 12 from 16. And it's 51 for 1 in over number 10 of this very all-important clash between mouth-watering clash, you would call it, between Jamaica and Barbados here at the Providence Stadium. I hope that during the course of the day, during the course of the competition, that we'll have some spectators coming to watch West Indies cricket.
And it's something you want to see support for women's cricket in the Caribbean. Women's cricket has been down for a while. They haven't played cricket for a little while in the Caribbean. But the vision of CWI and the leadership is to certainly get West Indies women's cricket back up and running proper, especially in the Caribbean region.
Here is where I want to come in. I'm appealing to the head teachers of the various schools. Maybe you could approach relevant authorities and have your kids come out and watch regional cricket. And one way we're going to have competitive cricket, Matthew, and develop our game is to have fans coming out, and especially the young people, to come and watch cricket at the stadium, isn't that so?
You know the stadium will be overloaded for CPL, for sure. You're not going to have overloaded stadiums for women's cricket in the Caribbean. But at least you can have a few spectators. I agree with you on that, Anthony. I agree with you on that.
And especially when we have the three franchises having the ladies' game in the upcoming CPL too. Barbados Royals, Trinidad and Tobago Knight Riders, and the Guyana Amazon Warriors fielding the women's team coming up. So that's, you know, it only generates the interest. This is turned down to what? A vacant backward square, and the ball will go into the boundary for 4. And the good thing about Hayley Matthews, once you stray, you get the punishment and the treatment. She goes up to 4. Her total now goes to 620, I make it. 27 tonight, 56 for 1, another over completed. This is a good time to remind you, listening to the CG United Super 50 Cup from the National Stadium in Providence.
5.6 the run rate. That's good. No problems at all for Barbados. But if 2 wickets are to go down now, and these 2 crucial wickets, the 2 girls out there batting, if both are to be dismissed, well then Jamaica would tell themselves they're cockahoo here at Providence in Guyana, and they'll be well and truly on top, because you look down the order, you won't want to think there's too much to come in the batting department. I don't know much about Scantlebury, to be honest. Nigel Cummerbadge, Trishan Holder, Carrington. But we know about these 2 girls out there. Inderjeet is alongside me. Good day to you, Indar.
Good day to you, Pastor Kisoon. Good battle going on. Barbados recovering nicely. We see a change in bowling. Henry has been replaced by Jody Ann Brong. And this has been a fine partnership so far after they lost the early wicket. That's Kaisia Knight, who has been in good form. And this is pulled around. There's protection down on the long leg boundary. But good looking shot. Playing every ball on its merit, and the rotation of the strike has been good. Winning the toss and batting first and losing the first wicket. Kaisia Knight having the leg stump plucked out, playing across the line. Good recovery work in the middle.
Good partnership, 57 runs between these 2 so far. And that's what you want. If you lose an early wicket, you've got players down the order. The top half of the Barbados batting lineup should be good enough to give them a good score.
And both these 2 batters, they look very good out in the middle. Troubled on a few occasions by Henry, who I thought bowled a good spell from the northern end of the ground. She started the attack, 5 overs, 1 for 25. That's nicely tossed up. The job of the spinner. Tantalize the batter to come after it.
Lovely bowling from Jody Ann Brong, number 47 on her shirt, the left-hand orthodox spinner. But she's caught in between the umpire and the stumps around the wicket. Full toss, caught by Howell at cover, running backwards. Well, she turned around and started to run back to take that catch, and that's disappointment. That's the prize scalp that the Jamaicans need in the Jeet. That's a big wicket to get, but look at the delivery. It was a full toss.
Yes, a full toss, but that was a brilliant catch by Howell. She had to run and go in search of the ball, kept her eyes on it that it was dropping out of the skies, and held it in the palm of the hands. She knows that the wicket of Hayley Matthews is always a prize wicket to get. She now will have to walk back to the dugout there, Hayley Matthews. She's going to be disappointed. And so often you see a full toss, your eyes lit up, and you tend to go for more power than timing. Got the thick outer portion of the bat, ballooned in the air, and extra covered the time. Howell charged after it and pulled off a brilliant catch. So good catching out in the middle. Barbados now losing their 2nd wicket with a score on 57.
That is the scalp that the Jamaicans needed. And a good move by Stephanie Taylor to bring on Brong, the young lady, bowling from the media center end. And it was a full toss, but look, she didn't get a hold of it. No timing at all. Couldn't put it away over Howell at cover. She ran back, and she took a lovely catch. She went for 16, 57 for 2. So looks like Scantlebury, I believe. We're looking at the batting order of Barbados on the big scoreboard to our right. She's at the non-striker's end, but what a wicket to get in there. What a wicket for Jamaica to get at this stage. Matthews would be extremely disappointed with that. She could have done better with that.
And this is stroked away off the back foot by Kishona Knight. Lovely flowing shot on the up. Brings the cover fielder in play. They got the single and a very successful force over there for Jodie Ann Brown. Barbados winning the toss and batting there. 57 for the loss of 2. 11 overs gone. Alisa Scantlebury is yet to score. Kishona Knight on 28. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence.
Not only Matthews will be disappointed, but the entire Barbados camp and the entire Barbados nation as well, because they follow their ladies cricket well and they know that Haley Matthews is the prize player in their team with no DeAndre Dotton in this side. And what a way to be dismissed. Brilliant though from Jamaica. They picked up 2 wickets and the score is just 58 for 2 as we get ready to start over number 12.
Yes, and Waysome continues from this end. Just short of a good length and tucked into the onside field. And here is where, Matthew, awareness out in the middle is essential. So you anticipate what shot is going to be played, and you looked at Howell there. It was a difficult catch, despite it hung in the air for a long time. She had to run as the ball was going away from her. Had the presence of mind to keep the eyes on it. At no point she took the eyes off the ball. That's the reason why she took a brilliant catch.
Good cricket by Jamaica. They've been very good in the outfield as well. Just giving away a couple of runs, a couple of overthrows as well, but they've been good. I think a lot of pressure will be on Kishona Knight now, for sure. But she's got a lot of experience.
Yes, and there is still some batting to come for the Barbados team. While anybody will down their head a little when your ace batter walks back to the dugout, the others must have some confidence and come to the party here.
They've got Alia Allen to come next. She would have played, what, 15 matches, 15 ODI, so West Indies ladies. More a bowler, 8 wickets. But she's also good with the bat, a good all-round cricketer, Alia Allen. 14 T20s for West Indies women.
Yes, and Waysome a little bit expensive in her first 2 over that cost her 13 runs. She will want to ensure this is a much better over. But down the leg side, and Tickle, they surely should be looking for the second here. And that's good running between the wicket. And a good throw coming in too by the substitute. That's Walcott. She's out in the middle there, and that's because Stephanie Taylor is off the field for a little while. And she attacked the ball nicely, but couldn't prevent the second run, and sending a stiff return as well.
Correct. So Walcott is on, the substitute. I think Rashada Williams, the vice captain, number 12, she's at mid-off, is marshalling the forces for Jamaica in the meantime.
And that was beautifully bowled. One pitched outside the line of the off stump and might have moved a little back into the left-hander. She was committed to the shot, couldn't take the bat inside the line. Genuinely good stuff.
I won't underestimate Waysome at all. Remember the T20 tournament, she picked up 5 for 8 in one of the matches. She was on a hat-trick as well. So she's a very deceptive medium-fast bowler.
And that's a direct hit by Natasha McLean, but they were home. And this is what happens with good feeling and good running between the wicket. They trusted their judgment and they came through very quickly. The over's been completed. 12 overs gone, and at the end of 12, it's 61 for the loss of 2. Barbados looking to rebuild innings after losing the 2 wickets. Kaisi Knight didn't score. Haley Matthews 16.
5.08 the current run rate, not bad. If you're anywhere around 4, anywhere between 4 to 5, that's pretty good, as we're visited with a little bit of a shower now. A cloud blowing across Providence. They shouldn't last too long, but the players are going to leave the field. The umpires have signaled for that to be done, and they've taken the stumps out of the ground. The covers are coming on, but you'll have this probably in between in there, but a little bit of a shower. I don't think much time will be lost here at all, to be honest.
No,
but the
I
covers are coming out.
Yes, I think it's a kind of shower that interrupts the game. It's going to be sharp, and as we speak with you, it's almost beginning to disappear here. But the covers have been called on because it's a sharp shower. And we were told by our Met Office this morning through John Ramsing that this is the kind of weather pattern will prevail to around 13 hours today. And it's showing now 5 minutes after the hour of 12, so we can have a little bit more shower like this. But so far it has eased up, and I'm sure not long from now both covers, the lining first and the grey one, might be pulled off. Well, it's actually going on further. They don't want any damage whatsoever, not taking any chances, but we can safely say to you, Barbados won the toss and they're batting. They're 61 for the loss of 2 when the rain came. Barbados need a little partnership here.
Yes, I think Jamaica would say to themselves, we've done well after the first 12 overs with a run rate of 5.08. Not bad at all. We've picked up 2 good wickets, 2 experienced West Indian batters as well. Kaisi Knight. Let's talk about the fall of our wicket. Spectacular fashion. Chanel Henry into the leg stump. That was a beautiful delivery, but Kaisi Knight made the mistake of coming a little bit across her stump.
Yeah, she went across and she missed it and had her leg stump knocked out of the ground. And on the other hand, Haley Matthews getting a full toss, looking to whack it over mid-wicket. And in the end got the thick outside edge and was taken down at extra cover. So rain has just put a dent in play so far, not a sharp shower, but it continues to drizzle. 61 for the loss of 2. Barbados with Alyssa Scantlebury yet to score. And Kishona Knight, she is on 31. It's 61 for the loss of 2. We'll take a little break and we'll be right back as soon as play restarts. Hello, once again. Welcome to the National Stadium at Providence. Like my colleague said this morning, John Ramsing, it's going to be cat and mouse. And that is exactly what we had with the rain stopping play. It has stopped play for just a little while. And the Jamaican fielders are going out in the middle, and also followed by the Barbadian pair of Alyssa Scantlebury and Kishonna Knight, with Barbados winning the toss and batting. They have moved nicely onto 61 for the loss of 2. 12 overs gone. The rain came in over number 13. So the battle continues here, and these two surely will be looking to build a partnership, consolidate their position after Jamaica picked up the 2 wickets of Kaisia Knight, didn't score. Haley Matthews, the prize scalp for 16. With me once again is Pastor Matthew Kisoon, and the rain has disappeared, and the play will continue.
Which one is the cat and which one is the mouse?
I'm not certain which one of them. I don't know if which one is running away from which one. Normally the mouse will run away from the cat. Well, maybe the rains have gone and just opened up the door for a nice little session.
Why not? We see some clouds hovering again over Providence to the south. Well, let's see what will happen. Now, that was a long hop that actually kept low, but Kaisia Knight was able to latch onto it and pull it around to the fine leg area where Chanel Henry tidied up. They got one.
I know you like the batting of Kaisia Knight, but that's actually her sister, Kishonna Knight. I'll forgive you for that. Those things do
That's
happen.
all right. That's all right.
Yeah, I thought that she was looking to get it more backward of square, tugged it around down towards the long leg, and got the single.
Now Scantlebury will take her first ball. Almost a full toss outside the leg stump, but called wide by umpire Rajkumar from Trinidad and Tobago, school teacher. Shiv Sankar, the other umpire, is also a school teacher. So we've got, and tomorrow is Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all the wonderful men around the world. And you've got 2 school teachers out there. You yourself being an ex-teacher. I still think you're a teacher too, but you've just retired in the context of working with the government.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Fathers are great people, aren't they? That's a good delivery. Beautifully bowled here by Jodie Ann Brown. Tossed up nicely. And Scantlebury just coming forward and defending. But this is good to see. On these kinds of pitches, you want to see the slow bowlers tossing the ball up. Good variety too shown here, pulling back the length a little. No width, no room.
Look, I'm having a look at her. She looks a good bowler. It's all about control. Ensure that you don't bowl too short. Talking about control, that's a wide. Outside the off stump. A little bit too wide on that occasion. But I like how she's trying to rip the ball with her action with the left fingers. Take a look at her very closely.
Yes, and sometimes some bowlers, slow bowlers, they generate the power from the shoulder. You give it a nice little ring. The fingers will do the tweaking, but the power must come from the shoulders. That's a high return from Henry. A better return there could have very well have Kishonna Knight struggling a little. She picked up and the keeper had to leap in the air to bring it down, losing some valuable time in that effort.
Tamika Sanford, the wicketkeeper, having to run to her left and leapt in the air to take that quick return. Fired in by Chanel Henry, who is down at long leg now. Third man inside the 30-yard circle. Quick single taken. The return comes in from Waysam. One bounce to the keeper.
And Matthew here, Scantlebury has to be very careful with the run in between the wicket. There was always a single there. And Kishonna Knight was actually opening up the arms and said, why aren't you coming through? She belatedly left to go through for the single. In the end, made it home. But you want to leave as early as possible for the run. That's a good delivery. And keeping the rifle low, defended, out towards short cover. 13 overs have gone. Barbados, they have gone on to 66 for the loss of 2.
Scantlebury will need to stay there with Knight, who's on 34. So she's got off to a nice start, 34 from 51. And Scantlebury has to give good support, the right-hander. Batting at number 4, there's Alia Allen at 5, Badge at 6, Selman at 7, Williams at 8, according to the scoreboard. Hold at 9, Carrington at 10. And then you've got Bruce at number 11. That's the batting order for Barbados. As we see a change in bowling now, we're going to have Corinne Howell. And in there with the heavy clouds over Providence, conditions are a bit dark now. The light has faded and we're in dark conditions now here. One would hope that the clouds will blow away.
That's a big shout for leg before. Was a good delivery. And not reading it well there was Kishona Knight, beaten all ends up as we watch the replay. And let's see what the little... That's tossed up nicely. That was a good shot. Not bad at all. And the drizzle will come down and the players will scamper off once again. And the ground staff, they're having a torrid time with the heavy wind, getting the tarpaulin in place. They will get that now. But once again, the rain has come. And the players camping off with the score in 66 for the loss of 2.
Well, it's come with a slight drizzle, but the umpires taking no chances at all, knowing what happened earlier. Dark, heavy clouds over Providence, right over the playing area. And now the rain is going to come down a bit, but they've taken no chances. And they've asked the players to come off very quickly. But that delivery looked to have pitched just outside the leg stump there. And once that is so, you cannot be giving out LBW. But Corinne Howell is a very good bowler for Jamaica as well. And even as the players have left the field and the ground staff are
just
on.
one more time. In
How
the
does that
minds
look
of the
to you?
umpire. The umpire would have stated clearly by not giving the affirmative that it was going down the lakeside. And the rain is coming down much harder here at Providence, with Barbados winning the toss and batting 66 for the loss of 2 wickets. Matthew, we're going to take a little bit of break, and as soon as play will start, you join us live from Providence. Hello there once again. Welcome to a sunlit afternoon here at the Guyana National Stadium. And this is good to see because rain actually stopped play in the 14th over with Barbados winning the toss and batting at that stage. They were 66 for the loss of 2 with Kishona Knight on 34 and Scantlebury on 1. So the news is that the match has been reduced to 32 overs a side, with the first innings ending at 3 p.m. and there will be a 10-minute interval, and then Jamaica will make their reply around 3:10. The equation that 2 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 7 while 3 can bowl a maximum of 6. In all, we have lost so far 36 overs, and that is due to rain. We did not get started at 9:30, and that was because of overnight rain and sharp showers in the morning. At that stage, the umpire decided that they'll reduce it to 45 overs a side. They got 13 in, 61 for 1 Barbados at the time. Knight was on 32, and Alisa Scantlebury didn't score. And just when they came on back, in the 14th over, the rain came again. Good to see that the rains have departed. There's still little dark clouds hovering above and towards the eastern part of the ground. This can be a little bit disadvantage to the Barbados team, who are eyeing 45 overs, pacing their batting. The rains came. Now the match has been reduced to 32. They'll have to change their momentum. Good time to say good afternoon to my friend and colleague, Pastor Matthew Kisoon. The game reduced to 32 overs aside.
Yes, good afternoon to viewers, listeners, everyone across the world, especially in the Caribbean region, Barbados and Jamaica in particular. Yes, the umpires would have done their jobs well. Recalculations are not always easy when you have several interruptions, and we've already had 2 interruptions because play would have started at 11:08 anyhow this morning with a lot of time lost.
So Howell is going to cut between the umpire and the stump. Good drive by Kishona Knight. Good start here, just getting forward and driving down towards mid-off. And when these conditions come upon you, Matthew, look at Barbados. They were eyeing 45 overs, 2 breaks for the weather condition, pacing their innings nicely. Now they have to regroup, and we might very well see in this over that the rains actually came and drove the players off the field. Lots of bounce this time off the pitch there by Howell, and they will complete 2. We'll surely have to wait on the signal whether it came off the bat or leg byes, and in fact it byes, didn't touch anything whatsoever, and the score will go on now to 69. The over has been completed, 14 gone, 69 for the loss of 2.
Yes, the Barbadians have got to regroup here now. I suppose they would have had a good discussion in their camp in terms of a total that would be good enough after 32 overs. You don't expect them to be bowled out, but only if they play injudicious shots, looking to push the score on quickly and give their wickets away. But one would expect that with Kishona Knight on 35 from 55 and Scantlebury 1 from 6, one of the two would have to push on a bit, so that if a wicket falls, you've got maybe Allen and Cumberbatch to come to see what they can do down the order. But 32 overs, always a challenge when your ratio, your scoring rate, your run rate is not exceptional.
Yes, so Jody Ann Brown continues. Left arm orthodox spin, first delivery outside the line of the off stump. There is no run, so we're in over number 15 at the start of this. 18 overs to be bowled, so they have to look within that 18. Another good delivery, tossed up nicely, and Kishona Knight just opened up a little and driving softly down towards extra cover. Good to see Stephanie Taylor back on the field. She was out for a little while.
And you look at the field placements here. You've got the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary and one on the long leg boundary outside the 30-yard circle, just 2 outside the 30-yard circle, so a lot of pressure applied by Jamaica here.
Yes, but there is open territory, or some might call it good real estate, in the offside field, because nobody beyond that circle, maybe just the extra cover. Now she's walking inside of the circle. So she's bowling well to her field here. Good start after the rains from Jodie Ann Brown. Let me just remind our viewers and listeners, because of rain, the match has been reduced to a 32 overs a side encounter. She picks the gap between backward point and cover, Kishona Knight, and this is going to go away for 4. Good looking shot. The placement was there, and that's certainly a good start in this over. Lovely looking shot.
What the doctors ordered, because you said there's real estate, but the thing about the real estate there is that you've got to find the gap. If you can't find the gap with 4 fielders on the offside, you can give your wicket away by going aerial and being caught maybe on the 30-yard circle, but you've got to find the gap and find the gap. Well, she did there just now, picking up a lovely boundary.
Yes, played well, not too much of power, great timing and placement. So Kaisia Knight was bowled by Henry. She didn't score. That was in the first over. And then Haley Matthews was caught by Howell off Brown for 16. Fantastic catch. 59 for 2 in the 11th over at that stage. Good looking shot off the back foot. There goes Canterbury, and she gets it through point and away to the boundary for 4. What a fine looking cricketing shot. Laying on the back foot, just opening the face and cutting it through point and getting the boundary. Matthew Kisoon has left me, and I've been joined by John Ramsing. As if to say, welcome back, John. I'll give you a fantastic shot, and Canterbury did that.
Good afternoon, Inderjeet. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, and despite the heavy rains we had at Providence, the outfield still very quick. So with an offer, and there's Canterbury taking and getting a boundary.
Well, that was in the air. There was a shout for catch it. It came off the thick outer portion of the bat, stayed in the air for quite a long time, and dropping short of the cover fielder.
Duckworth Lewis and Stern method will be used for this match because of the interruptions we've had already. And if you look way over to the east, it's dark. Some heavy clouds are there again. But at the moment we have excellent weather for conditions at Providence. And those dark clouds that we're speaking about, they're all the way, let's say, to the east of Georgetown, maybe South Ruimveldt area, maybe further down Tocqueville, you know, quick single. But once it stays away in the Jeet, we'll be fine. And because of the Duckworth Lewis and Stern method, you mentioned, I was listening to you 1 over ago, about a disadvantage to the batting side having to recalibrate the way their innings will be going. But Duckworth Lewis and Stern method take all of that into consideration.
Yes, I do agree with you. A good delivery, turned away into the onside field. Another over has been completed. 16 overs gone. At the end of 16, it's 78 for the loss of 2. And I always wonder, John, with the Duckworth and Lewis system, there is it the favourite system? It's something that the ICC decide to look at. There's so many discussions on it. Some like it, some do not.
Yeah, and if you can see those dark clouds there, they're a bit far, but that's the direction that the rain generally comes from. We really want to keep an eye on that. Both teams will be looking eastward in the air. I'll tell you what, the 18 groundsmen that we have here at Providence, they have been doing a fantastic job. They want to take their eyes away from that. They were out there laboring from the start of play this morning, but even before the start of play. So they're really having their work cut out, and they will not want some more bad weather at all.
And I will join in that. Congratulations to the ground staff here. They have been professionals out in the middle there, hard work, and never dull moment with them, never shown any sign of tiredness or laziness on the ball, ensuring that once the rain stop, they get the waters and the covers off. Congratulations to Habib and team. Fantastic job.
The rainy season is in Guyana, and at the moment it's raining not only in Georgetown, not only on the east bank of Demerara where we are, all over, And we were remarking during the lunch and interval that had it been at any other venue, we would have been home already, because no play would have been possible elsewhere.
And you're so correct about that one. Thanks to the National Stadium here at Providence, it drains very quickly.
Here we saw the groundsmen. This is earlier footage actually. The groundsmen getting busy, and they've been on and off the field with covers, without covers, with wheelbarrows, with water hogs and so on. Very busy day for the groundsmen. So Jodianne Brown looking for more success. She got a wicket of Haley Matthews for 16. Not a tall bowler, left arm spinner. And I saw her before the start of play this morning. She was warming up, and she was looking to do some spot bowling. So, realizing that she's going to be having a bowl today, she was working by herself, doing some spot bowling. It goes to show that she's committed to her art. Single, quickly taken. Could be close. Could be close. Could be close. How's that, umpire Rajkumar? He's giving it out. A direct hit makes a big difference. And now we're seeing the fall of the third Barbadian wicket. It's Kaishonen. In fact, it's Scantlebury. Run out. She played the ball with soft hands into the onside. And on our replay, you'll see the rest in the Jeet.
Yeah, yes, John, looking back at that replay, played into the onside, and the fielder moved beautifully towards the left, collected the ball and sent the return in and scattering the stumps. Great cricket. And there you could see it, Scantlebury giving up, knowing fully well she was way out. And this is what fielding can do. Brilliant fielding, lift the spirit of the game, and you can take a wicket by just, having brilliant fielders out in the middle. That was superb.
Yeah, excellent work indeed by Jamaica. Just trying to pick up that fielder. But good work. And the field is being moved now by Captain Stephanie Taylor. So she's going to be switched after that brilliant fielding effort. So it's good work. And the new batter making her way out in the middle is Alia Aline. So Alia Aline comes a call in, but Kaishona Knight is still there, so quite importantly that she bats deep, because if you look at it, 32 overs, still a lot of time in this innings. They've already lost the captain Haley Matthews. She has been the key batter in the inning, and that was excellent work in the previous over by Ferron to get the direct hit to send Alyssa Scantlebury on her way. So Scantlebury back in the pavilion for 6. Earlier we saw Matthews going for 16. And at the start of the innings, Kaisia Knight, no score. So 3 batters in the hut, 17 gone, 79 for 3.
Yes, and just to run through the bowling figures for you, Watts, 3 overs for 18 runs. Henry, 5 overs, 1 for 25. Howell, 2 overs for 8. Brown, 4 overs, 1 for 12.
So Corinne Howell will continue. This one is short and no pace on that one whatsoever. So the batter will have to work for all the pace, create the shots. And we have nothing to work with. It's always harder. Howell now in her third over. Gone for 6 so far, including the boundary at the start of her last over. This time playing it straight to cover. So there's a ring of fielder on the offside, including a person at extra cover who's now going to go down towards the boundary at extra cover. And there was a short extra cover earlier, and she's gone back on the circle. So there's a short third man, backward point, extra cover mid-off. This one is to the left of Taylor at backward point, and this time they get a single easily.
Well, I think the strategy was a good one. They wanted to prevent that boundary. They wouldn't mind a single at this stage. So after 2 balls in the over, they pushed the fielder way out on the boundary.
So this is now the 18th over of the innings. So 12 and 2, 14 overs still to go after this. It means that with 7 wickets in hand, Barbados, they just want to pace their innings accordingly. And the dark clouds we were speaking about, Inderjeet, they're getting closer. These clouds just can't stay away from us today, man.
And as a little boy going to school, we learned a little verse: rain, rain, go to Spain, come another day.
Oh, this one is banged away nicely through the outside. A diving effort from Taylor could not prevent the single. Good work from Nation on the boundary to cut it off. So that's the end of 18 overs. The score 81 for 3. And behind that bowling lineup, you're seeing some clouds hovering over, and there they are. The dark, ugly clouds that we're speaking about at the moment. Right just behind us, the main scoreboard.
And you can see the water in those clouds, John, because the darkness will tell you about the condensation that is taking place in the clouds, and they're dropping. And that's because they're getting heavier. And any moment they might very well burst. That's the danger position. Let's hope that God smiles at the National Stadium here at Providence and just let those clouds go in another direction.
Not looking good at all. Bowling change by Jamaica. Vanessa Watts is back. She's going to be bowling to Kaishona Knight. Kaishona Knight, the left-handed batter, is well set on 40. We've seen the fall of her sister and Haley Matthews very early. And in the last match they played against the Windward Islands, after the separation of Kaisian Knight and Haley Matthews, the run rate dropped significantly because at one point they were on course for a 250 plus total. Eventually got 227. But with Kaishona Knight there, she gave the innings in the last game some late momentum. She'll want to bat the entire 32 overs this time around. Chance for run out as well at her end. And the throw came in from Stephanie Taylor and took the batter some part of her body as she was running for the non-striker's end. But another quick single taken.
Yes, and you look at the Watts there, just the fanning of the hands, looking at the umpire. I just was wondering to know if she felt that the batter would have deliberately run to disturb the chance of a run out. But in the minds of the umpire, no, that was not the case. It was a cheeky single, however.
Some adjustments being made to the field on the offside because the right-handed Aliyah Alain is on strike now. Just got off the mark. So after 32 overs, without any more interruptions, Barbados will want to get at least a 160. They have a foundation. Oh, good delivery from Watts. Extra bounce. And do remember, the ball that she's bowling with is just about 9 overs old because this is now over number 19.
Yes, and that's because they're bowling 2 different balls from either end. Lots of bounce on this pitch, however, for that previous delivery.
This one is quicker. On the edge, it's going to be down towards third man. It's going to run into the boundary now. Even the quick Henry at slip cannot get there. But there was pace on that delivery from Vanessa Watts. And the under edge, because of the extra bounce as well. And 4 more runs.
So you don't want to bowl it with extra pace and drag it wide of the off stump because there's no protection down on the third man boundary. Of course, there Alain was looking to slap it through backward point, but got enough edge onto it to beat the first slip. Now we have seen the slip has been taken out and comes inside the circle in Henry.
But credit to Taylor, captain of Jamaica, putting the pressure on Aliyah Alain at the start of her innings with a slip. Just the under edge was found and it went to the boundary. This is good control stuff from Watts. Relatively new ball. So you'll not get a lot of turn, but you're getting bounce and we'll get some drift. And the ball is going to pretty much rush the batter. Good stuff. Nice bowling. Good bowling. So 5 runs from the over, 86 for 3. So Watts 4 overs, none for 22. Henry 4 overs, 1 for 1 for 12. One of the two successful bowlers, because Jody Ann Brown got the wicket of Matthews. So Jamaica using 4 bowlers so far. We haven't seen the pace of Nisha Ann Waysam nor Chanel Henry since coming back from the rain interruption. This one is pulled away as Howell starts a new over. I think Jamaica as well, looking to get in as many overs as possible. Looking at the weather conditions, with the revised playing conditions, I think 2 can bowl a maximum of 7 and 3 can bowl a maximum of 6. So if the spinners continue to bowl the way they are bowling, Howell, Watts and Jody Ann Brown, maybe 2 of them will get 7 overs. This one is pulled away savagely over the head of that fielder at short backward square and goes down towards the boundary for 4. So very short and wayward delivery from Howell on this occasion, and the well set Kaishana Knight will not miss out on that. 4 runs.
Yes, and I think Howell disobeyed Stephanie Taylor there. They had a little discussion prior to that delivery. And you look at this one, she was saying to her, don't bowl it short. And that is exactly what Howell did. And Kishana Knight made full use of it.
So Knight on 45 gets a full toss. Dispatched over the mid-wicket ropes now. So runs flowing for Barbados. And with that, getting closer to 3 figures for them. And Knight getting closer to 50. She's now on to 49. Full delivery, dispatched again.
Yes, and as you see there on the replay, it was a full toss and smashed over mid-wicket and down to the boundary for 4. And that's how you treat full tosses in these kinds of cricket.
94 for 3. Kaishana Knight on 49 from 70 deliveries so far. So she has more than half of the runs so far. And it's because Kaisia Knight went very early, cheaply, without scoring in the first over. Hilary Matthews, 16. So she has to do the bulk of the scoring, Kaishana Knight, and she has done so very well. Lots of batting responsibilities on the top 5 for Barbados. And Kaishana Knight answering the call on the verge of a half century in this crucial encounter against a good-looking Jamaica side. That's what Howell was bowling in her previous over. Very slow, short of a good length, and asking the batters to play the forcing shot.
And because she was straying down the leg side, it forced the change of feeling, no third man. And
this time she goes through the cover and will get the single that is needed for her 50. So 50 to Kaishana Knight from 72 deliveries, and because of that, Barbados in a much better position now. 50 from 72 balls, 6 fours in that. Well played, Kaishana Knight. 96 for a loss of 3.
A very fine innings by the left-hander. Looked the part and really one of the senior batters in the team. Shouldered the responsibility very well.
Nice delivery from Howell to end the over. So that's the end of her 4th. None for 18. And after 20 overs, 96 for the loss of 3 wickets. Barbados won the toss very early this morning and opted to bat. There you see Knight's stats, 50 from 72 balls, 6 fours, striking at just about 70 runs per 100 balls. So, very good innings from Kaishana Knight. So repair work being done to the stumps, and maybe we can start predicting a score as the Barbados camp there looks very relaxed, not worrying too much about the situation that they cannot control. That's the weather. They're focused on what's in front of them as Watts continues. So Witt outside the off stump. So as we welcome back Anthony, we can see the intensity has picked up. 96 for 3, now in the 21st over. Well, that's an excellent delivery from Watts given. Ali, in fact, it's Kaishona Knight getting a very good delivery from Watts. The edge found, and with the appeal, she sent on her way. But before she got the umpire's nod, as you can see, look at the replay. Ball has pitched on middle stump, edge found, and Sanford holding on, and immediately started to celebrate. And Knight, before the umpire hand went up, started to walk, realizing that she's out. So that's the fall of the fourth Barbadian wicket, 96 for 4 in over number 21. Hello, Anthony.
Good afternoon to you, John. Good afternoon to followers on live stream in Guyana and overseas. The battle continues here between Barbados and Jamaica. And when you seem to think that one team is having the upper hand, maybe a little bit, or to an extent, the other team would come up and pick up a wicket. And it just goes to show that either team is willing to give the advantage or the ascendancy to the other team. And this is turning out to be a really close encounter, 96 for 4.
The new batter, Shakira Selman. Selman with responsibilities as a vice captain as well in this game. About to take strike. And we can see now that the rain that was coming earlier, the area has cleared up, but the rain is just overhead where you cannot see. But in the east, it's looking much better. Selman gets her first delivery and it's kept very quiet. So Anthony, I think you've brought some good luck. There's no rain on the horizon at the moment.
Well, we just want to hope that, you know, the rain is going to stay away and comes back to what you mentioned earlier. It's a cat and mouse game, so we hope that the rains would not intervene again and dampen the progress of this game. We just hope, though. Here is Watts, bowls a very good delivery, and this is pitched up in the block hole, we call it, and the right-hander looking, in fact, stabbed it out at the last moment. The all-around effort here from Jamaica, John, has been a tremendous one.
Bowled through the gates. There is Shakira Selman playing over a very full ball with a little bit of turn as well. And that's the end of a successful over. Double blow in the over for Vanessa Watts. And certainly Barbados now being rocked back with the fall of their fifth wicket. 96 now for the loss of 5 after 21 overs. Let's have a quick look at what happened with Selman. Pitch outside the off stump there, coming back in. Nice sharp turn from Watts. It's a double wicket maiden. 96 for 5, 21 gone.
Yes, as I said earlier, I think Jamaica too, they're coming back really nicely into this match. And have taken now, 5 wickets, 96 on the board. Remember the match being reduced to 32 overs per side. So they would feel that, you know what, we have the upper hand right now. We have the conditions to suit us also. We were not with the familiar sunshine that we've grown accustomed to. We are back with some cool conditions now. A heavy wind across the ground. And that might just be helping our bowlers too. So the captain might just be saying, look, Stefani Taylor, I'm coming on here to bowl now, and I want some more wickets, and I want to put more pressure on Barbados, and that's the way you go. 96 for the loss of 5.
Just like you said, Stephanie Taylor into the attack. She's going to be bowling the 22nd over of the innings. Starts with a full toss. The new batter for Barbados is Naijani Cumberbatch. Cumberbatch is at a non-strikers in as Ali Allen takes a strike. But that was an excellent over from Vanessa Watts. 2 wickets in the over. First she got Kaishana Knight caught at a wicket, and then she bowled Shakira Selman with a very good delivery. And this game, like we said earlier, it's like a seesaw. One time there, one time there. Next time the other side. So it's really swinging both sides. Really, nobody looking to give away the ascendancy. Then you really have to look at the weather. It was really shaping up to be an exciting, nail-biting, gripping encounter. But both sides worked up and they're ready for this one. They feel a deep mid wicket in Chile Nation. They're asking her to yes, Cumberbatch. Oh, this is a wide delivery. Yeah. This is all happening here. Rain, Barbados on the top at one time, Jamaica back on top, Barbados again, Jamaica, and then some more rain.
Yes, you know, we can safely say that the pendulum has swung both sides. It's struck on the pad. Here's an appeal. She's out leg before. Well, it was full pitched and looking for the drive, maybe down to mid wicket. A sweep shot, really, slug sweep, and struck on the pad. And the umpire, that's umpire Shiv Sankar, raises the dreaded finger, index finger, to say that you're on your way, you're out. And Barbados losing another wicket, John, and just as you said it, you know. Jamaica on top now, 97 for the loss of 6 wickets again.
Yes, as you can see, there was a full toss, a low full toss, and going down to for the sweep, missed it, and took it maybe just about a knee as he was sweeping. And umpire Shiv Sankar in a perfect position says, you are out. So that's the fall of Alia Allen's wicket, gone for 5. It's now 6 for 97. And we're still in over number 22. So Taylor striking very early in her first over. Alia Williams now joins Naijani Cumberbatch. So we've seen wickets going down with a score on 0, 57, 79. And after the drinks, after the break for rain, wickets going down at 96, 96, 97. So 3 wickets going down for this addition of just 1 run. And Barbados, who had the momentum with them going into the to that interval because of rain, coming back and losing it or surrendering it to Jamaica, who have picked up 3 very quick wickets and very valuable wickets at that. And now the score 97 for 6.
So the new batter being Alia Williams, she taps away. And she's beaten outside the off stump. Good bowling again here from Taylor, inducing the edge here from the right-hander, and the pressure is on the Bajans right now, and the Jamaicans will want to dismiss them before that 32 overs is completed.
Chase is on for McLean, and she's gonna lose the race. Very close race, but in the end she came second. The ball was hit in the air. The field had extra cover in Jodianne Brown. Perhaps was looking to go for it. It was just too wide of her, and then it went into the boundary for 4 ahead of the chasing McLean. 100 coming up for Barbados in the meantime, and that's 22 overs bowled. Barbados 101 for 6.
Yes, as you said, 101 for the loss of 6 wickets. So we have seen a steady procession of wickets to and from the pavilion. And is it that the Barbados batting, is it that the Barbados middle order has not been tested, John? Because they primarily depend on the top 3, isn't that so?
Yeah, we look on the other side of the National Stadium now towards the northwestern section. That's where the clouds are gone. So it's very white on that area because of those clouds. I think we're in for a good afternoon. I don't think we'll be having any more rain, at least not for the near future. The cutoff point is 5:12 local time, 4:12 in Jamaica. 101 for 6. Watts continues. She's now into her 6th over. Remember, 2 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 7. She may be one of those because of the fact that she's in an extremely good spell. Oh, sharp turn again for Watts. This is very good bowling, good controlled stuff from the experienced off spinner. You mentioned the Barbados middle order not being tested in the T20s. They were very heavily dependent on Haley Matthews and the Knight sisters. And the middle order rightfully were not tested because the Knight sisters and Captain Matthews were doing the bulk of the scoring. And this time the batter, the ball flew off the edge, it looks like, and hit the batter on her lower chin. And immediately they're calling for some assistance. So, yes. So if you can have a replay of that, we'll definitely
John,
tell. What's happening?
It's quite unfortunate. What happened? She drove at the ball and might have hit the splice of the bat, and hit her on her chin, that unprotective part under the helmet, and that's sad to see. But I know the physio is coming out, and they're trying to put things together so that she can be back out to battle away. But sometimes, you know, this lovely game called cricket, it can be dangerous sometimes, isn't that so?
We have seen many incidents, not only in this tournament, but generally over the years in cricket, and it's not always the prettiest of sights. So Barbados 101 for 6. On our monitor, it's showing a projected score of 144. 144 in conditions like these will be revised because of the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern method. And let's see if we can have a look at the incident with Alia Williams. In fact, it's Cumberbatch, as Watts was about to break into her stride. Oh, that was the probably ball before. Yeah, so 101, 144 the projected total. Let's say, for some strange reason, the Barbados give Jamaica 144 to get in 32 overs. Do you think that will be enough for Barbados to defend?
Well, it's a really good question, interesting question. I would want to believe that with the attack that Barbados possesses, they would probably defend that. But then again, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties, and the best score, the more runs you have, it's better for you. And I know they would want to get past that 144 mark. But as we talked about it earlier, I think that the middle order is really brittle for Barbados. It hasn't been really tested. They depend solely on the Knight sisters and Haley Matthews and all of that, and they couldn't produce the goods today for their team. So these batters coming out now have to shoulder the responsibility. Whether they get up to that or not, it's going to be a fighting task from here. But full credit to Jamaica, John. They haven't really let Barbados through the gate, so to speak. They have always maintained the pressure, isn't that so?
Yes, after that second wicket partnership of 57 between Kaishana Knight and Haley Matthews, the Jamaicans did not allow Barbados to get too far ahead in terms of building partnerships, and because of that, they've picked up 6 wickets for just 101 runs. They've controlled things nicely. They've been, I can say, I'm not sure if you can say they're aided by the interruptions because of rain, because that can help with the momentum being stopped or slowed significantly. As we're back with the action, Watts continues, and this is Cumberbatch looking for a booming offside drive, makes no contact. So this game has had it all so far. Rain, Barbados ahead, Jamaica taking the ascendancy, handing it back to Barbados, and now Jamaica in form control again. But a few good blows from Barbados. Can see them taking back the initiative. But that's what you want to see. You want to see competitive cricket. You don't want a team to roll over and die kind of attitude. And these two teams definitely producing the goods. In the air, and looking for a quick single chance for run with the non-strikers, and Watts does not take this bails off after collecting a return. So just a single in the over to Watts. She's now completed 6 overs. 6 overs, 2 of 23, and after 23, Barbados 102 for 6.
Yes, being in the position that what you're in right now, 102 for 6, and we've had 23 overs bowled, so we just have 9 overs, am I correct? 9 overs to go, and within that time, they'd want to accumulate as many as possible, and to see where they can actually end up in this total. But I know Stephanie Taylor, she's leading this Jamaican team really well, and she continues from the Players Pavilion end. She's not letting go of the pressure on the Bajans. She's maintaining a tight grip, and that's nice to see.
Taylor is going to continue, and she's going to be bowling to the right-handed Cumberbatch. In the air, over cover, runs for Barbados, runs for Cumberbatch. She's turning blind, and she's going to be sent back by Williams. She could have easily lost her wicket on that occasion, hitting the ball in cover, looking for the second without even looking where it's gone.
Yes, sometimes you know, batters get carried away out there. This is in the air, and the fielder coming wrong. and will rightfully return in. Not in total control though. That's Henry who was coming wrong, and not to the pitch of a delivery again. And they get another single, 104 for the loss of 6 wickets. Good bowling here from Taylor.
Well, Taylor realizing that the batters are not comfortable to the turning ball, and she's given generous flight, extracting some bounce and turn from this Providence track, and the batters are at sea. This one was fuller, a little bit quicker. She want to get through the gates of Cumberbatch. So it's a good spell so far from Taylor. Just in her second over, picking up the early wicket. Taylor has been named captain of the Guyana Amazon Warriors cricket side, so she's going to be having her home base right here at Providence when women's CPL begin later on this year. This one is in the air, wide ball, but over the field at cover. Will fall short of the field at deep cover, and this time they'll get 2 runs easily. Not the most convincing of returns from Rashada Williams at cover on the boundary, and allowed 2 runs to be taken relatively easy. So final delivery in the Taylor's over. Outside the off stump, Nan Kumar Shiv Sankar, the umpire, says over. So that's the end of 2 overs from Taylor. 4 runs in her second over after 24. Barbados 106 for the loss of 6.
And you mentioned about Stefani being named the captain of the Guyana Amazon Warriors women's team. Of course, we have the Barbados Royals and we have the Trinbago Knight Riders. So that's a good intervention by the CPL body to have the ladies participating in the upcoming CPL, John. That's going to only bring much more interest to CPL cricket and West Indies cricket in the whole.
So the 2 flags on the players' balcony, Barbados and Jamaica. So Jamaica in the home dressing room today, and Barbados, of course, the visiting side. This is a neutral venue. Jodie Ann Brown comes back into the attack. This one is in the air. Fielder at cover comes at mid wicket. Comes around, and that's the end of Alia Williams. Did not look comfortable at all in her little innings, and there's Ferron again into the wickets column. This time, well, assisting with that catch as Jodie Ann Brown comes back to pick up her second wicket, and this is Williams sent back for 5, and the score now 106 for 7 in over number 25.
Yes, getting another important wicket at a very critical time. They are in danger now, John, of not batting the full 32 overs, and that's going to be of a major concern for the management team of Barbados, because they have put themselves really in a difficult situation. You've got what, just over 8 overs to go, 9 overs to go, so they have to really work things out very quickly. Stefani Taylor, in the meanwhile, leading the Jamaicans really well. She realized something too, John, that the spin is the problem here for Barbados, so she's employing the spin tactic, and that's good to see.
Doing her homework, captain of Jamaica, Stephanie Taylor. But we saw the Barbados' weakness to spin, the quality spin, I should say, when they played against Trinidad and Tobago in the T20s, where they lost that game to Trinidad and Tobago because of the spin that they were served up. And now we're seeing spin again, doing the trick. And I'm surprised that Taylor would have taken out Vanessa Watts out of the attack. Maybe she did not want to give her the 7th over, because 2 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 7. And she has brought back Jodie Ann Brown into the attack. Brown now into her 5th over, and also answering that call immediately with a wicket. So we've seen Kaisia Knight no score, Haley Matthews 16, Kaishona Knight 50, Alyssa Canterbury 6, Ali Allen 5, Shakira Selman no score. Oh, how did that miss? Just we saw Alia Williams going back as well. And let's see the signal of umpire Rajkumar. He says bye. That was very close, Anthony.
Yes, I thought for a moment that she would have been bowled, but apparently the ball just might have missed the stumps by a bit. Again, good bowling here from Jodie Ann Brown, realizing that, okay, these batters are not using their feet, and she's just pinning them on the back foot. Well, one of the things, John, being a good batter and being able to face spin is to use your feet and to find the gaps, isn't that so? The Bages are not doing that.
Yeah, they did batting from their crease at the moment, and because of that, they're bogged down. No movement of the right foot across, and this time is Brown overcompensating because she was down the leg side earlier. Now too wide outside the off stump.
As I said, this is intelligent bowling from the left arm spinner.
Low full toss. So Trishan Holder, the new batter, should have been able to capitalize on that one. That's a loose delivery on her pad. A little bit of a wrist shot, and that could have been easily a boundary. Too wide outside the off stump again. So Brown too wide down the leg, too wide outside off. She's giving you a mixed bag.
Yes, right now in this over she's being a little bit inconsistent, but let's see what will happen. She does have a few deliveries remaining in the over. Let's see what ploy she's going to try.
Can Barbados get to 140, 150? Heavily stacked against them at the moment. Barbados had the momentum, but then the rains came and they got back out there and they hand the initiative to Jamaica, and Jamaica already tightening that grip. Trishan Holder not able to get off the mark. So Brown now getting the radar right in her 5th over. She got the wicket very early, but since then has been very inconsistent. Too wide outside off, too wide down the leg. That one was extremely wide. Oh, in fact, so wide it went on the other pitch, and umpire Rajkumar signals a no ball because it was bowled outside of the playing strip.
Are we having our first free hit?
And then a free hit as well.
First free hit of the match, so that's interesting to take note. For those of you who would like to take your stats, this is the first free hit of today.
So Trishan Holder, he has to get off the mark. Is about to receive the free hit. And there's a fielder at deep cover, deep mid wicket. Those are the fielders out of the circle. Everyone else in the circle. Down the track, and she drives a very confident shot down towards long off. It's going to go towards that deep extra cover boundary and into the boundary for 4. So she just half of a shimmy down the track and got a low full toss and dispatched it for 4. And the score after 25 overs, 115 for a loss of 7. With the replay, you'll see here she was just half of a step down the track, opening her stance, and got the ball on the full and into the boundary. She's off the mark. 5 overs, 5 and 2, 7 overs to go in the Barbados innings. I'm backing them for 144.
Good. 7 overs to go. Interestingly enough, John said 144. Let's see what will happen. But I want to come back to this point. It has been a major problem for all West Indian batters, or most West Indian batters, apart from Lara and a few other players, to bat proper spin bowling. They've had severe problems as Taylor continues. Good afternoon and welcome back to Matthew Kisoon. Matthew, how are you doing?
Not too bad at all, Anthony. Good afternoon to you. Hello to everyone. Again across the world, brilliant sunshine at the National Stadium at Providence. There's been a flurry of wickets for Barbados after the resumption because of rain. Second interruption, of course. Play started at 11:08 this morning because of the heavy rains overnight. But the ground staff, we must commend them. And that's off the edge, I believe. It's going down to 3rd man. They've taken 1 and they'll come back for a 2nd. That's Holder. Slimly built young lady. So that's 2 off the edge, but not a chance by any means to the keeper. I think it went a little bit too low to her right for her to come up with a catch. That's Sanford. And they picked up 118, is it? For 7 in the 26th over. That's well bowled and well played on the line of the middle stump. Equal to the task is Holder. But a flurry of wickets. 96. Remember at the break it was what? 80 odd? well, 66, I beg your pardon, for 3, and then 96 for 4, 96 for 5, 97 for 6, 106 for 7. So the Jamaicans have capitalized on the opportunity that's bold. Beautiful delivery from Taylor. It was flighted well up to Holder. She came forward, no movement of the feet, and comprehensively bowled by a beauty from Taylor. That's the end of Holder, and she will go back for, we'll see her figures in a moment, but the total now, Anthony, 118 for 7 in the 26th over. Barbados really up against it here now, and what they will want to do is to ensure that they can bat out the 32 overs.
Yes, and I did mention it earlier. It seems that they're having severe problems batting against the spinners, and Stephanie Taylor, kudos to her. She realized, okay, this is a problem for Barbados, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep employing my spinners, and she's using that to full effect, and she's really putting extra pressure. They seem now in real danger, Matthew, of batting their full quota of overs, which is 32. They're in the 26th over, and they're 118 for a loss of 8 wickets. So they seem to be in real danger of batting out the full quota of overs, which is 32.
Yeah, it's always a danger period for any side that has to come out with a disadvantage of reduction of overs. That's a beautiful delivery by Taylor, and the new batter just pushed the batter did, missed the shot taken by the keeper, no run. So 26 overs gone, 118 for 8.
Yeah, it represents a sorry scorecard from here, apart from Kishona Knight, who got 51 valuable runs, and Haley Matthews getting 16. No other batter has been able to build a partnership and to put something of substance to the Barbados innings. And I did mention to John, the Barbados middle order seems to be very brittle, and Stephanie Taylor is exploiting all the options and getting rid of the Bajan batters pretty early. She's ringing the changes around very nicely. She's going to now reintroduce from the top end, that's Janelle Henry. So not letting go of the pressure, Matthew, and that's really nice to see from a West Indian player in Taylor.
Look, the current run rate 4.54, so they've dropped below 5. Badge is 5 from 13, and the other batter, that's Carrington. She's yet to score. It's a good delivery that was off the inside edge onto the right boot. Bounces into the offside, no run. But you're quite right, Anthony, when you said earlier that the batting of the Barbados, the middle order batting, has not been put under pressure at all. But now, when you look at the fact that they're 8 down for 118, it shows how brittle that batting is coming down the order. You would have sent Selman up the order. She's an experienced cricketer, but more of a bowler. And you sent her up the order to bat to see what she could have done. But she didn't trouble the tins. She went for a duck. Williams for 5. Holder just out for 6. Allen made 5. And Scantlebury 5 as well. So you look at the 5 wickets have fallen after the first 3. They've put nothing really on the tins. Just Kishona Knight getting a nice half century, but couldn't go on. She got 50 from 6 fours and 75 balls. Nice innings, but she couldn't just go on at all. And that in itself put a lot of pressure on the bottom half of the Barbados batting. No DeAndre Doughton, we've been telling you it over and over again. Everyone is aware of that. But you've still got 11 players in the side. They've got to try. Work hard. When Matthews went with the score 57 for 2, that really set up Jamaica well in terms of making for the inroads into the Barbados batting lineup. And they were able to do that because Matthews' dismissal was a very soft one.
This is Edge down to a third man position where Howell comes off the boundary and she fields. So one more to the Bajan total. They'll go up to 119 for the loss of 8 wickets. But the management team will look at this and they'll say, you know what, we haven't done ourselves proud here, because I don't think that we have really stepped on the gas and really taken full toll of our opportunities presented.
But look, Anthony, you've got to give a lot of credit to the Jamaica fielding. And the bowlers are being spot on and the fielding is excellent. You look at that direct hit when Scantlebury was run out by Ferron at mid-on. She went for 5, it was 79 for 3 then. And that was excellent fielding. You look at the bowling of Watts. Taylor's picked up 2 wickets. And look at Ferron, a lovely catch she took. She had to turn around and run backwards to take that catch. That was excellent. So the fielding of the Jamaicans have been excellent. You really can't take anything away from them. They've been good, and that's why they're in the position they're in now.
Yes, I did say that. I did compliment the Jamaicans, and they have an excellent leader in Stephanie Taylor. She realizes, okay, these are the weak points, and this is what I'm going to be exploiting. And she's doing exactly that. As a West Indian player, you need to do that. She continues from the media center, and she has really been bowling a tidy spell as well, too.
2 for 12 from 3.1 overs. And she's forcing Kamabaj onto the back foot. So far, both deliveries. So she's kept it tight over number 28. 2 for 12. Watts, 6 overs, 2 for 24. Look at the bowling figures for you. Waysome, 3 overs for 16. That's flicked away nicely through forward square. Runs here for Kamabaj. Well, just 1. The return comes in. 2 bounces to the keeper. Look at Waysome, 3 overs for 16. Henry, 6 overs, 1 for 26. Howell, 4 overs for 20. And Jodianne Brown, 5 overs, 2 for 21. I thought she bowled very well from the media centre. The left-hand orthodox spinner. And she picked up the wicket of Matthews, but that was a full toss that she couldn't put away at all. And then she came back and picked up the wicket of Williams, who went for 5. So she's bowled well for her country. Shaped the play and then pulled the bat inside the line. Good tempting delivery. That canal of uncertainty there by Stephanie Taylor. You look at Taylor. In 145 ODI, she's picked up 152 wickets. That's what you call experience. That's what you call a top-class player who's done good service to West Indies cricket and Jamaica. The over comes to an end, 28 gone, 120 for 8.
Yes, you know, there isn't a better way to come to the regional level. And when you've played international cricket, and you've played that amount of cricket as well, you want to come and dominate your peers at the regional level, and she's doing exactly that. Who knows if she's going to have her turn with the bat, you know, when Jamaica are ready to defend, ready to go after this target set by Barbados. But she has been an exceptional leader. She has played well at the international level, and she continues to do that. And that's nice to see from a West Indian standpoint. That's nice.
And mind you, she's only 31 and has played 111 T20s and picked up 98 wickets. It's bowl! Clean bowl! Beautiful delivery from Chanel Henry. Not any proper answer there at all from Kamabaj. She just pushed the bat at it half-heartedly, and the off and middle stump disturbed. That's the end of Kamabaj. She's gone back now for, I'll tell you in a moment, but the total is 120 for 9, and Barbados are in danger of being bowled out inside 32 overs, Anthony. What a wicket for Henry to have picked up, and she has bowled very well. She has continued from where she left off in the T20 Blast tournament, and she's been a really good bowler for Jamaica and the West Indies over the years.
You know, she continues to demonstrate her experience as well, and that was a wicket taken by Henry there. She was looking for the drive, nowhere to the pitch of it. And Barbados somewhat they've lost their way in this match after a fair amount of runs being put up by the 2 batters there, Knight and Scantlebury. But they've lost their way somewhat because of the spin operating from both ends. And Taylor hasn't let anything away. She realized that, look, Barbados are on the back foot, and I'll keep them on the back foot. 120 for 9.
So the 27-year-old Shanika Bruce is out there now. The left-hander faces up and is pushing into the offside, no run. Well, she was one of 6 reserve players that went on that tour of England and Ireland, and that was in 2019, April 2019, Bruce. So she's got promise and a very good fast ball indeed.
As we speak now, Matthew, the Drizzlers are here with us again at the National Stadium. We've yet to see the covers being brought on, so the umpires have decided, well, let's play. It is coming heavier though, and they're still persisting with the play out in the middle. We don't want to endanger the players, mind you, but the umpires are the ones who see it in the best position. They've decided, well, we're going to continue play.
Seems to be a passing cloud, but it's gotten a little bit heavier, the rain, as Henry has kept Bruce very quiet indeed so far. Couple of deliveries, but one of 6 reserve players. So obviously the selectors have got their eyes on her. I think she's a good fast bowler, and a lot will depend on her with ball in hand for Barbados.
So there we have it. Another over has been completed. Barbados winning the toss and batting here against Jamaica at the Providence Stadium. They are 120 for the loss of 9 wickets. This is a good time to remind you you're listening to the CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence.
A brilliant over from Chanel Henry, removing Comerbadge, comprehensively bowled, middle and off stump for 7 in the 29th over. So we've got what? 3 overs left. 18 legal deliveries. And Taylor will start her 5th over, 2 for 13 from 4.
She continues to pose problems and major problems for Barbados from this the Players Pavilion end, getting bonks and turn.
I was going down the leg side. Loud appeal by Stephanie Taylor. Umpire Nankumar Shiv Sankar nodded in the negative. So the shower has passed, a little shower. Good judgment on the part of the umpires not to stop play. Back she goes. That's played out to extra cover. Jody Brown feels no run. But you look at the fielding department of Jamaica. They've kept the pressure on Barbados for the entire innings. I think they only had about not more than maybe 2 players outside the 30-yard circle for most of the game. Maybe 3 outside for a couple of overs. But now they've got what? They've got 4 outside. Simply because you come down to the end of the innings and you expect some big hitting. But can we expect big hitting from Carrington, Shea Carrington, and Shanika Bruce? Opens the fades, guides it away down to short white third man. No run, straight to the fielder. But 120 certainly won't be enough for Jamaica. But then you've got to look at the Barbados bowling lineup. That's down the leg side again, bouncing away to short fine leg. Look at the Barbados bowling lineup. You've got Haley Matthews, a spinner with a lot of experience. Look at Selman, Shakira Selman. You've got Bruce, who's done very well on her tour here to Guyana and has really been amongst the wickets. The over comes to an end, 120 for 9 after 30, Anthony. But the Barbados bowling have got to click and click well, given this low total.
Yes, I take your point. 120 for the loss of 9 wickets. So we've just got, what, 2 overs remaining. I know for sure that Jamaica, they'll be coming out and they'll be hunting those runs and they'll be looking to get those runs. From a personal standpoint, I think that Jamaica will get ahead of Barbados in this game. But let's wait and see what will happen.
Swept. Oh, that beat Chanel Henry. She got both hands hit and then it went away to her left. She's running down towards a long leg here. They've come for a run, come through for 1. Nicely swept there by Bruce to get herself off the mark. Watts in her final over, 2 for 24 before this. Remember, two bowlers can bowl 7 and 3-6. So Henry's completed her spell, 7 overs, 2 for 26. And Watts will complete her 7th over. Very experienced cricketer. Brungers bowled 5, 2 for 21. Taylor 5, 2 for 13. 121 for 9 in the 31st. Carrington hasn't scored after 13 balls. Loud appeal. Was that for a caught behind? But not all, says the umpire Lyndon Rajkumar from Trinidad. Let's watch the replay. Or it struck her on the pad. Maybe just outside the off stump. Back she goes. That's punched away to point. Henry comes around, no run. 121 for 9. But look at the extras, 25 extras. That's a lot from Jamaica given this low total. That's not like the Jamaicans at all. 25 extras in this total.
Yeah, it is a healthy total, 25. And it just goes to show that, extras can contribute healthy to a team's total. So we've had, 31 overs bowled, and the score reads 121 for the loss of 9 wickets. 121 for 9 after 31. 1 over to go, Matthew. Your estimation, maybe your figure that you're looking at?
Well, if they get up to 130, can they get 9 from this last over? But the way the two tail-enders have batted, you really don't expect anything much from them. But 2 wickets apiece for Taylor, Watts and Henry. They've both bowled well. They've all bowled well. And Jody and Brung as well stuck to the task and have done good service for Jamaica here. And you look at Waysam 3 for 16 and Howell 4 for 20. That would have spoiled a good bowling effort from the others. When you look at that, they haven't picked up wickets, but they've been there. But not amongst the wickets, Waysam and Howell.
He struck on the pad, that's Taylor, and the innings has finally come to an end. The left-hander looking to work the ball on the onside, struck on the pad. The appeal went up, and the umpire, Nankumar Shivsankar, sends her on her way. So that closes the innings, and the Jamaicans are celebrating. And yes, as I said, 121 all out. There's some... Okay, so perhaps it might be a dead ball. What happened when Taylor was coming in?
Her white rag
fell off, and perhaps the umpire didn't notice it. So she lives to fight another day. What a moment, though, 121 for the loss of 9 wickets. It can be interesting, isn't that so, Matthew?
And it's a no ball with a free hit. Signal now by Nankumar Shivsankar. Initially gave it out, LBW, but it's a no ball. And it'll be a free hit, because as long as an item falls to the ground for you, that should be called a dead ball right away. So that's no ball. 122 for 9. And Jamaica, sorry, I beg your pardon, Barbados have got the opportunity at the start of the last over to get a free hit. But what happened, someone was outside of the 30-yard circle that should have been inside. All right, you can see Stephanie Taylor having a few words with Chanel Henry there. Maybe she might have been the guilty party. But Lyndon Rajkumar picked that one up. So that's a no ball because of that. So you've got, what, long leg on the boundary, long on the boundary. So dead ball. In fact, dead ball. So 122 for 9. So it's no longer no ball with a free hit, is it? Dead ball. All right. So he had to reverse that signal as well. A lot of work for the umpires.
It's all happening out in the middle, isn't it? Sometimes, you watch this funny game and,
That old
it's
game
really
of cricket,
nice.
huh? So when we thought it might have been a free hit, well, Barbados would have loved that, for sure. But yes, if your rack falls out, you've got a signal dead ball. That's a distraction to the player, to the batter. Played into the mid-wicket area, no run. 121 for 9. 4 deliveries left to complete the innings. And it's just about 8 minutes after 3 o'clock.
And she's bowled, looking for maybe a paddle sweep. Misses all over the place, and that's Bruce bowled for 1. And she goes back to the pavilion. In fact, the innings is now closed. So Barbados all out for 121 in 31.4 of their allotted 32 overs. And congratulations to Jamaica for dismissing the Bajans within that 32 over mark. The highlight of that innings being Kishona Knight, who got 51 laced with 6 fours of some 75 balls. And congrats again to Jamaica. I think the bowling, in the bowling department, they've stuck to their guns. Their fielding was pretty good out in the middle and well led by Stephanie Taylor. They'll obviously need 122 if that target is readjusted using the Duckworth Lewis turn method. But full kudos to Jamaica, Matthew, keeping Barbados under that 140, 130 mark.
Cleaned up Barbados when they came out back after the break. Remember, they would have been, 66, I believe, for 3. And then when Scantlebury was run out with the score 79 for 3, everything started to fall apart for them there. Kishona Knight went for 50. Selman went for a duck. That's when the 5th wicket went down. Then Allen, leg before wicket to Taylor for 5, 97 for 6. Williams went for 5, 106 for 7. Holder, bowled by Taylor for 6, 118 for 8. Cumberbatch, bowled by Henry for 7, 120 for 9. And just out Bruce, bowled by Taylor for 121 all out, 1.4 overs. The bowling figures for you, I'll give that to you in a moment. Henry, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 25. Watts, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 24. Waysome, 3 overs, no maiden, none for 17. Jodie Ann Brown, 5 overs, no maiden, 2 for 20. Corinne Howell, 4 overs, no maiden, none for 18. Stephanie Taylor, 5.4 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 13. Extras 25 made up of 20 wides, 1 no ball, 1 leg bye, and 3 byes in a total of 121 all out in 31.4 overs. The run rate 3.82, nothing much really when you look at what in the context of the game and what has happened to the Barbados batting, but it's all left up to Jamaica to get these runs very easily. But on the other hand, the Barbados bowlers will have other thoughts. All right, we'll take a break for a couple of minutes because we have the innings changeover, 10-minute changeover. And we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Until then, do stay with us.
Hello, once again, we greet you with the news that the Barbados fielders, they're making their way out in the middle. The two umpires are already there, with Barbados scoring 121 all out in 31.4 overs after the match was reduced to 32 overs aside because of rain. And under the Duckworth and Lewis system, Jamaica now will have to score 126 to win of their 32 overs. So the two openers are already out in the middle there for Jamaica. Natasha McLean along with Rashada Williams. So they'll be looking for a good start. Match on hand, and it could be exciting. As I say, good afternoon once again to John Ramsing. Hello, John. The Duckworth and Lewis system says that Jamaica has to get 126 despite Barbados scoring 121.
Good afternoon, Indrajit. Good afternoon to everyone once again. Yes, because Barbados, when they started this game, they had 45 overs to their disposal. After the rains, it was reduced to 32. So they were a little bit at a disadvantage, but they were bowled out. And the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern, we cannot forget Stern. Duckworth, Lewis and Stern method took everything into consideration and says, Jamaica, you need to get 126.
So Bruce, short ball and crack through the covers out towards the cover boundary, and that's going to be 4 runs. That's a fine start by Jamaica. Rashada Williams getting a short one and putting it away through the covers for a boundary. Fine start by Jamaica.
Yeah, you can ask a better start at all. It was a gift from Shanika Bruce, and it was taken by Williams. Previously in the T20s, the format of cricket, we saw McLean taking the first ball, but Rashada Williams taking the first ball on this occasion.
And here is a drive, this time straight to extra cover. Can't get past the offside field. That was a well-pitched up delivery. So for Barbados, that innings was led by a fine half-century from Kishonna Knight, who scored exactly 50. Haley Matthews made 16. There were 25 extras in that knock. Scanterbury 5. Selman didn't score. Alain made 5. Williams made 5. Holder 6. Cumberbatch 7. Bruce 1. Carrington was left not out on naught. That's badly lined and is going to be called a wide by the umpire. Janelle Henry, who started the breakthrough, had 7 overs, 2 for 26. Vanessa Watts, 2 for 25 from her 7. Taylor, 3 for 13, the off-spinner from 5.4. And Brown, 2 for 20 from 5. Total team effort by the Jamaicans in the bowling department. This one just coming back, pitched wide outside the line of the off stump. No harm done, showing good judgment here is Rashada Williams.
So Jamaica just have to score under 4 runs and over to win this contest. And already 5 runs in the first over. So if they bat with their quota of 32 overs, a big appeal. But might be an inside edge there, might be heading on the leg side. So the keeper was already moving to her left.
Yes, John, and we're looking at the replay. From our vantage position, it was clearly going down the leg side.
This time 2 wide outside off stump. So already 6 runs in the opening over. And it's easy asking for Jamaica at this point in time. Early days yet. I know they always say add 2 wickets to that equation and you see the difference. But Bruce, she bowled very well in the T20s. Got among the wickets as well in the lone 50 over match so far. Good end to the over. So good start by Jamaica with the boundary. A good comeback by Barbados. 6 after 1.
And just to analyze what transpired in that first over delivered by Bruce, she started with a a delivery short of a good length, then one far too short, which was banged through the covers for 4. A mixed bag. 2 deliveries that were pitched up, and both on occasion when they were pitched up, the batter was beaten. So she's a seam bowler. What she needs to concentrate is line and length. You're not going to pound it on this pitch and create a lot of pace or scary bowling for the batters. So you need to get it up, and you get the away movement, and you get the in swingers as well. So Bruce is going to learn from that first over.
Ali Alain will pick up the attack from the players' pavilion end. And McLean will take strike for the first time. So McLean.
And John, you look at that first ball that McLean played. Everything in behind the line of the delivery. She wants to feel the weight of the ball in the meat of the bat. So good start from her.
Yeah, she was in good form in the T20s. She got a nice half century in the last game against the Leeward Islands in the T20s, McLean. In that game, Jamaica totaled 170. So it was a big total in the T20s. So she's in good form. And she's batting with the E4 brand made popular by Ravi Etwaru of the USA Cricket Zone. Ravi, proud son of Guyana from Enmore on the east coast of Demerara.
Just straying outside the line of the off stump a little bit to wide there. The ball going through to the keeper. That's a beautiful flick shot out through backward square and away to the boundary for 4 by Natasha McLean. Straying in line and length as well. And she picked it up beautifully like you were watching on the replay. Good looking shot. Powerful wrist there by McLean, getting her second boundary.
Oh, it's always nice to see when batters can capitalize on those deliveries. They can be a bit tricky at times because sometimes you want to go a bit too hard. Sometimes you want to go too fine. This time she got enough onto it. And she flicked it nicely for 4, and that's going to do her a world of good in terms of her confidence as well.
Yes, certainly it will. And Alia Alain just has to watch that line. Boy, and she sprang it again way outside the line of the off stump. And that's going to be another wide, another delivery to be bowled. And the score already in over number 2, they've gone to 11 without loss. So McLean on 4, Williams on 4. Good start here by Jamaica. Barbados, they're very chirpy out in the field, and why not? They just want to lend moral support to each other. Good looking shot. Deserve more than that. But she finds the fielder out on the cover boundary there, McLean, and she just got the single. So Rashada Williams, she's back in strike and taking her guard from the umpire. First time she'll be facing up to Alia Alain. She's bowling with 2 slips, so good pressure here by Hayley Matthews, realizing that they need to get early wickets. So you want to ensure that your field is an aggressive one. That was a good looking drive, but nothing for it, as it goes straight to the fielder down at mid-off. Alia Williams, good fielder in that position. Oh. Outside the line of the half stump, and there was she cutting, lucky not to get an edge. 2 overs gone. Good start by Jamaica. They're 12 without loss, looking for 126. Good time to remind you, this is CG United Super 50 Cup, live from the National Stadium at Providence.
Yeah, and the National Stadium will be transformed from July 22nd to 24 when we have the International Building Expo being hosted. You see the tarmac just beyond the stands here. That parking lot is going to be totally transformed. It's extremely good footage that we're having here. See the Guyana National Stadium. So Building Expo set for July 22nd to 24th, and that is really going to transform the already booming construction landscape in Guyana.
Yes, it will, John. And I understand there's a Mexican company who's coming to that expo. Surely they'll be showing Guyanese their product. They're making houses, material for housing with total rubbish. Those rubbish will be transformed, and you can get wonderful houses from that. So that is going to be real interesting as Guyana looks to bring down the cost of housing in this country, providing a shelter for Guyanese.
Legit, are you talking rubbish?
Yeah, I'm talking rubbish that is going to be used for durable material to make houses.
One man's trash is another man's treasure.
Say that again.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot from McLean. Over extra cover, and no man move just to go retrieve. And that is really a good shot, full and wide. And there's McLean, not going to miss out with a brand new E4 bat, 4 runs.
Terrific looking shot indeed. And she hits them very hard and got it clearly over extra cover. Nothing wrong with it. Exciting shot from McLean. And getting back to that housing expo, John, it's important that we can use recycled material. You don't want things to go to waste. If we can make use of those wastes, that's the way to go.
Still wide, still too wide. Bruce, Shanika Bruce, and the keeper, Kaisian Knight. All season we have seen that she's right up to the stumps to Bruce. When Connell was bowling, however, she was right back. But she has a bit of more confidence that Bruce is not good. This is an excellent catch. What a catch. A wide delivery again. And it was taken by Cumberbatch at short third man. It was a wide delivery to start with. And there we see McLean looking for another big shot, another runs scoring shot. Got the toe end of the bat, and it flew to that field at short third man. Generally, that is a runs saving position, but this time it became a wicket taking position because that was a healthy edge from the bat of McLean. White ball with a little bit of pace from Bruce, so a bad ball getting a delivery because of an excellent catch. Jamaica now 17 for 1 in over number 3.
Yes, and McLean gone for 9, and she was just inside the circle there. The ball was coming at her with terrific speed. She dived forward and took it in the left hand. It was a one-handed catch, so that was brilliant indeed to see the back of McLean, who was looking dangerous. So Jamaica pegged back now. They're 17 for the loss of 1 as the new batter makes her way out in the middle. That's Chadine Nation. So she will have to build a partnership now with Rashada Williams. So Barbados, they wanted the early wicket, and they have gotten the early wicket here. The score 17 for 1. We're over number 3. Hayley Matthews plants herself at first slip. And there is also a fine third man inside the circle.
Nation looking to get out of mark with a quick single. Gets there. But another short ball served up by Bruce. But that one was banged in. That one was not short of a good length and being pushed in, really. That one was banged in. But that one that got the edge of McLean was one that was quicker but too wide. So bad ball, and she managed to get the edge. And great catch.
Yeah, and John, this seems to be the strategy here by Bruce, because we saw her in previous over looking to bang the ball in. The over's been completed here. 3 gone, 18 for 1. Williams on 4. Nation has 1. Maybe the strategy is to get the batters to go look for the pull shot and the hook shot. And with the slow nature of the pitch, they're hoping that they can misread it. Or they must have seen something in the Jamaican camp that they feel the short ball might work the magic for them. We saw a short one that got the wicket of the opener, McLean. She has since departed. So a good battle going on out in the middle, not one-sided whatsoever.
So Barbados know the only way that they can actually win this one right now is to bowl out the opposition or to restrict them. So if Jamaica bat right out of their 32 overs, they should be able to get home easily. So Matthews now into the attack, and I think at the last ball of the last over, Bruce was lucky to get away with that one because it was down the leg side, and Rashad Williams looking to lap it around and took it to the back of the bat because it was a slow one as well. But Bruce in that over, despite getting the wicket, did not have the control that we know her to have.
And control is the key thing here, because if your line and length are tight, it simply means that the Jamaican batters, they will have to look to force their way in scoring runs. The short ball, no problem with it, but it must be used as a surprise delivery.
So Matthews bowling spin as early as over number 4. Oh, that's a quick one, but ill-directed. The Nation gets deep into her crease, turns it into the onside. The fielder deep backward square runs to her right to complete the fielding. But spin into the attack very early. Maybe Matthews looking to also not only slow the rate of Jamaica, but also to give them something different to think about.
Yes, and wicket is the name of the game here now for Barbados. And having that wicket of McLean going back, Haley Matthews decided, well, I am the one here that will try to get another wicket. And that's very close, wrapped on the pad. She's gone, leg before. So that's Chadine Nation, trapped leg before, beaten there. We watch it on the replay and we'll see exactly what transpired. Nicely tossed up between bat and pad and cannon there. So she's gone, LBW, and for the trouble here now for Jamaica. Good wicket to get. They've been pulled back. 20 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, that's very good bowling from Haley Matthews, because a slight turn on that one beat Nation as she stretched forward, playing for spin. The ball hitting her on the back pad, and right in front, umpire Nand Kumar Shiv Sankar is having a good game, and he says that Nation was plumb in front, so she has to go just for 3, but it means now that we're exposing another batter in the Jamaica lineup. Captain Stephanie Taylor once again to the rescue, and it's an easy task really just to survive. Bat out the 32 overs that you have to your disposal. Bad balls will come. The asking rate is under 4 runs and over, so there's lots of time really. No need to panic just yet, but Matthews, I think she realized that Nation might be a bit of a suspect to spin bowling, brought herself on and immediately got the wicket that she was looking for. And then she's also, since we have been seeing her this season, and the Barbados unit is heavily dependent on seam bowling. As a lone spinner, she had to get the early wicket, and she has done so.
Yes, and after just 1 over by Aline, 1 for 6, she replaced her with the intention of getting the wicket, and that is exactly what she did. And a very good delivery, a force ball there to Stephanie Taylor. And what Stephanie Taylor can bring here is a calming influence. She's going to look for the singles, she's going to drive all along the ground, might not take the chance to go over the top. That was another good delivery, well bowled, a little bit on the faster side to end the over. So 4 overs gone at the end of 4. Jamaica looking for 126. They are 20 for the loss of 2. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from the National Stadium at Providence.
This match could be shaping up to be a nice low-scoring encounter. I know those low-scoring games can give you a whole lot of thrilling excitement and anxious moments, especially coming down towards the end. With 2 wickets going down already, that's not what Jamaica wanted. But Barbados, with a smallish total on the board, right back in this game. And like Anthony and I were saying earlier, this game is swinging like a pendulum, one way and the other. That's a good shot from Rashada Williams, and she's going to get the boundary early in the over. And once again, we see Bruce badly lining this delivery. It was down the leg side, and just like Williams was trying to do at the end of the previous over, lap it around. This time, she got good connection towards the bottom part of the bat, and healthy connection, and it has gone into the boundary for 4. So pressure right back on Bruce at the start of her 3rd over.
Yes, and you're right about that, John. And I can't understand the strategy here by Bruce. Too many short deliveries, and at least 3 of them would have been put away by now. And that was not only short, wayward down the leg side as well. She needs to correct that.
Full and straight. Question asked of umpire Lyndon Rajkumar. And the Trinidadian says not out. But that's much better from Bruce. Full and straight. Maybe slightly heading down the leg side on this occasion. But that's the intention from Bruce.
Yes, while the intention there is good, I still feel she's straight down the leg side. Should have been put away through mid-wicket or forward square. But Rashada Williams just missing out there. Now this is going to be called another wide. Once again, way down the leg side. This is not the Bruce we saw in the first match here. This is not Bruce we saw in the T20 Blaze. Just wondering what has happened. Normally, she's a steady seam bowler on good line and length. There is where she got her wickets.
Quick single. Also, in defending a small total, you mentioned Bruce, what she gave us in the first match, what she gave us in the T20s. She will need to get back to that, where she was very economical and picking up wickets, because wickets and economical overs will bring Barbados right back into this contest. Easier Sunday morning from captain of Jamaica, Stephanie Taylor, the experienced campaigner. 31 years old, not so long ago celebrated her birthday. She's going to be coming for the Guyana Amazon Warriors women's team. CPL opens on the 30th of August, runs until the 30th of September. Appeal, Lyndon Rajkumar, how's that? Let me hear you put on your umpire's cap there in the Jit.
Yes, it was a short delivery, and I think the way that the batter was looking to turn it down the leg side clearly states it was going down the leg side. So I think it's a good call by the umpire there. Louch out from the Barbadians out in the middle, but the angle of the delivery was clearly going down the leg side.
Yeah, they were looking for that big wicket of Taylor. That's beautifully played down towards extra cover, and it's running away. Despite the rain, the outfield is very quick still. 4 runs to Taylor. She's off the mark. And after 5 overs in the run chase, Jamaica 32 for the loss of 2. Six runs and over so far from Jamaica as they approach 126 runs needed to win. And just to the left of where we are, Anthony, that's a beautiful Demerara Harbour Bridge, the longest floating steel bridge in the world. And you from the other side of the country, where you also have a floating bridge, the Berbice River Bridge. But that's the Demerara River that I have to traverse every single day on my way home and to the National Stadium. Has been there since the 1970s, serving Guyanese, bringing region number 3 and 4 together, linking those 2 regions. And this is a structure that has served Guyana very well over the years. When last have you been on that bridge, my friend?
Good afternoon to you, John. Good afternoon to followers locally and overseas as well. This is a ball that's tucked into the onside, and she gets a single. That's Williams. Interesting question. Quite a while, maybe a few months ago, traversing the Demerara Harbour Bridge. Lovely driveway as well, you know, on the east bank of Demerara and Guyana. Guyana is such a lovely place, you know, and I just want to encourage you, once you're following on live stream, you want to visit Guyana, you know, come right over, have no fear. We've got so many lovely, beautiful places here to visit.
So that's the western end of the bridge you're seeing as you leave the Georgetown area, leave the east bank of Demerara, you head on the west side, the West Demerara region. So that's where the bridge will take you onto the mainland on the other side. So Guyana, beautiful country, extremely big. Lots to see, lots of things to do, lots of food and drink as well. But we have a gripping contest on hand.
Yes, it's been a gripping contest, and needing to get 122 to win. Barbados, they're not letting up. You know, they're not giving the ascendancy to Jamaica. Look, and they're making them fight for every single run. That's the way to go. Gripping contest out in the middle, as you said. This is another good bowling. The bowling here from Barbados has been spot on. Have you realized that? Haley Matthews removing the bowler from the media center end and the players' pavilion end, and might have said to her, you know, look, you're going to come from the other end. I'm going to operate from this end. And so far, she's really kept things tight for her team.
Yeah, Matthews now into her second over. She got the early wicket in the first over. And once you can keep things tight, create the pressure, ask Jamaica to do the extraordinary. But so far, Jamaica scoring at 6 runs and over, despite losing 2 wickets. So it's easy peasy. Quick single being taken as the ball plays with soft hands, just a very short square leg, and a single to end the over. So single at the start of the over, single at the end of the over, 2 runs in the over. Jamaica 32 for the loss of 2 after 6 overs.
Yes, you also asked me about the Berbice River Bridge. That's a tremendous structure as well. That was put there maybe 2010, I want to believe. So that structure too serves as a good purpose for East and West Berbice, and many Berbicians use that bridge on a daily basis, John, to come to Georgetown. So economically, you know, it's another viable structure here in Guyana. As you look at the pictures there again, Guyana is such a beautiful country. And we want to encourage you, you're watching overseas, come right over to beautiful Guyana. One of the places that you can visit when you come to Guyana is the mighty Kaitro Falls. Isn't that so, John?
Oh, definitely. But you're having a look now at the Kingston Seawall in downtown Georgetown. That's a coastline of Georgetown, really. And you can see that murky-looking water, coffee-looking color.
Atlantic Ocean.
That's what we have here in Guyana. And that's the hub, the commercial hub, Demerara. And there's a river in the background. And the brand new Pegasus Business Center. The beautiful city, Georgetown. Always something to do when in the city. In fact, lots of beach football and cricket is played right in that opening that you're seeing on your monitor at the moment. Lots of fishing as well in that area. Sport fishing, not for commercial purposes. Start of a new over. An extremely good take from the wicketkeeper as Alain is switched around. And she also starts on the leg stump, but that is a beautiful take from Kaisia Knight.
Yes, and for a moment I thought she had a fine tickle. And the Barbadian players, they were going up with all excitement. And what a way, if you get Stephanie Taylor now, John, you know, it's going to be added pressure for Jamaica. But she lives to fight another day. I'm looking at her out in the middle. She looks comfortable, but you never know, you know. The Barbadian bowling is really good too.
Well, that's another nice shot, confident flowing cover drive, but just one this time. Bruce, who was usually very economical and wicket taken as well, especially early up in her spell, was expensive. So 3 overs, 1 for 22, and she's taken out of the attack because she tends to bowl long spells. And because of that expensive spell that she has today, she is removed from the attack. And now Ali Alain, who started with the other new ball from the southern end of the ground, had to be switched to the top end. Oh, nibbling at this one. Very dangerous. Rashado Williams could have very well nicked that to the keeper or the two waiting slip there.
Yes, do you realize there's a touch of brilliance, a touch of class, if I may put it that way. With our West Indian players, John, in this competition, we see some of them, Stephanie Taylor, Hayley Matthews, and co. They come to this level and they show their brilliance. That's nice to see. Take nothing away from the bowling here. The bowling has been tremendous. Ali Allen being switched around now to the top end, and she's exploiting the opportunities.
She conceded 6 runs in her opening over. Aline. Oh, she's targeting that 5th stump, maybe just outside the off stump, forcing Williams to be watchful. She could have easily been tempted to have a go, but Matthews, 2 slips in play, waiting. Herself and Shakira Salmon, 1st and 2nd slip respectively. Right, so this is good stuff. Good comeback over. This time Aline conceding just 1 after 7 overs. Jamaica looking to get 126 to win, 33 for the loss of 2.
Yes, as you said, John, 33 for the loss of 2 wickets. So it's going to be a really tight situation from here onwards. I don't think Barbados will let go of easy runs, so to speak, quickly or early in the Jamaican innings. The Jamaicans, I feel, will have to fight really hard for their runs, and with the 2 batters out in the middle, Taylor and Williams, if the Barbadians can get another wicket now, it's going to be a severe challenge for the Jamaicans.
So Matthews continues. This is now her 3rd over. Hayley Matthews, the captain of Barbados, got 16 runs today, 99 in the first match. She was the leading run scorer in the T20 Blaze. That's a full delivery. Good use of the feet from her opposite number, Stephanie Taylor.
John, I was mentioning it earlier, our West Indian players in this competition, have you realized that they have been upping their game, so to speak, and they look a different unit, isn't that, compared to the regional players that we have?
So
a step above the regional players.
You always would like to see the international players coming back to this level, 1 level down from international, and dominate to show that they are really at the next level. So when you come down to the domestic level that we're seeing this time around, the regional level, you want the players to show that they have learned a whole lot and they can display that talent on this stage. And we're seeing that. Just a few other players coming through.
This ball is tugged down to backward square. She was looking for the slug sweep and really got it. Might have had it at the bottom of the bat, and she gets another single. Rashada Williams, the score goes up to 35 for 2, and we're in over number 8. This is really a tight progress out in the middle contest. And I did mention it earlier, John, I don't think either team is willing to give the ascendancy to the other. It just goes to show how gripping the cricket has been. These are West Indian players. We're looking at Hayley Matthews against Stephanie Taylor, and they don't seem inclined to give the other the advantage. Just want to be tight, just want to be sure.
Just hitting this one too hard, Taylor. So feel that mid on, got it very quickly. Looks like Carrington. Yeah, with this match, there's anyone for the taking. It can go either direction. We're not seeing that clear passage yet for any one side. It's wide open. Good bowling, good batting. So just 2 singles in the over. So Matthews finishing 3, 6 for 1. Barbados, after making 121 all out in their innings, Jamaica now 35 for 2.
Yes, you look at the progress, and some might be saying, you know what, it's really slow progress, but they have wickets in hand. So, and I just mentioned about it. We look at our beautiful kite throw falls, which is of course the longest single drop falls by volume in the entire world. So that's a piece of history. Come and have a piece of history, John.
Yes.
Overseas followers, you can come down to Guyana and visit these wonderful places
That's
that we have.
extremely beautiful. 741 feet, the first drop, kite throw. Edging over the head of the slips, and it's going to go down to third man for 4. So extra pace from Williams, and then we see the batter going hard because she had some room outside the off stump. Edge found over the slip. Not the most convincing of shots, but she got the boundary.
Yes, very important. She got the boundary. No matter how they come at this point in time, they'll welcome the runs. Ball outside the off stump, and as you see on the monitor, she was going back and got the edge, but got 4. 4 important runs for her team.
Yeah, she was looking to uppercut, but she got the edge. Oh, good delivery once again. So there we see Aline bowling that nagging off stump line, and she's really getting that ball to go through extra yard or 2 of pace compared to Bruce. So because of that, she's getting that bounce and carry. Well bowled, good comeback.
What we saw in the Barbados innings too, when they were going well with the Jamaican Pacers, when the spin came into operation, they faltered and faltered badly. Let's see what will happen.
That's a bit of a dangerous shot from Williams. Rashada Williams too close to cut, but she's expecting this ball outside the off stump. She realized that Aline is going to target her off stump, so she's backing herself, despite it was too close to cut, to get enough bat onto it. She's looking for that gap between second slip and backward point, but there's a third man on the boundary. Could be a risky shot.
It could be. It could be. It could bring some runs as well.
Swing and a miss, playing over that one. The pace of Aline making a big difference.
John, I must say, I'm excited to see in the not too distant future the when the Barbados captain would implement spin, and to see how the Jamaican batters would come up against that ploy.
Short ball swiveling this time, pulling and get the boundary. So this time she strays on the line of the body, and there is Rashada Williams going back, and it's so beautiful to see those shots pivoting nicely because it was short. It sat up, tennis ball bounce, and she rolled the wrist over and got the boundary, as you can see.
Yes, there was basically no power, just guided it basically down to backward square, which is vacant, of course. And she got 4 good-looking runs. The total has pushed up to 43 for 2.
You're asking for spin. Spin is bowling at the other end in the form of Haley Matthews. She's sending 3 overs, Anthony.
No, I'm talking about a spin-based attack from the top end as well.
So this time, after bowling down the leg side, this time it's 2 wide of off stump. So 2 boundaries already in the over, and now a wide. So by far the most expensive over in the entire innings. 9 runs so far. The current run rate just under 5. Required run rate under 4. Umpires signals a wide quite belatedly, however.
She seems to be straying outside the off stump. You realize Aline probably trying for a little bit more pace, and she'll be well advised to keep it within that range of the playing area, because once she steps out of that red line, red zone, she'll be called a wide. She'll be advised to bring it closer to the batter.
Short ball again on the line of the leg stump, and she's pulling. That's the 3rd boundary in the over to go with 2 wides. 14 runs in the over after 9 overs. Jamaica 49 for a loss of 2. Target 126.
Yes, so the target being what? As we look at the monitor, again helping the ball more so than power. More timing and placement. She realizes that there's no one at backward square, so she is seizing the opportunity to score, and she's scoring quickly. Williams has 23 from 24. Taylor has 7 from 17. So these two looking to build a strong partnership and to take their team home. Right, if you've just joined us late, let me just remind you, viewers and listeners, that you need to get 122 to win. 126, correction. And that'll be interesting to see if they do get up there to that target.
Yeah, so when Barbados batted, they got 121 all out in the 32nd over, but because of the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern method being used, they have to Jamaica have to chase 126 to win under the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern method. So Haley Matthews comes for her fourth over. Do remember 32 overs per side. 2 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 7. 3 can bowl a maximum of 6 overs. So how many overs Haley Matthews bowled in her first spell is anyone's guess. But history shows that this Barbados attack is pace-based. Matthews has been the lone spinner. Good sliding effort from Shakira Selman from slip to go down to that short fine leg to collect. And if Matthews can perhaps find another spinner somehow in this lineup, we still have to see that. But we know that it's heavily reliable on seam. Shakira Selman is there. Alia Williams, Trishan Holder. Of course, to go with Shanika Bruce. And now we're seeing a slight hold up in play because of a little bit of an injury scare maybe to Selman when she was feeling. 49 for 2. The countdown has started. So this is a good start from Jamaica. The current run rate is a good one, so it needs 77 from 138 deliveries. And as we have a slight hold up in play, let's take another tour of beautiful Guyana. And Anthony, you know this structure so well. You must be able to tell us what's happening. What are you seeing on your monitor?
Well, you did ask me earlier, and you know, it's a beautiful structure. Look at it, the beautiful Berbice Bridge.
It's the Kanji River Bridge?
Yeah, the Kanji River Bridge. That's called the bridge going over from the Kanji River to New Amsterdam. And that also was built way back in the 1970s as well. So all these structures that we have in Guyana, and you know, these are beautiful places. And I just hope that, you know, we go from strength to strength. And our ancient county, and you did mention, you know, it's becoming a modern county, isn't that so?
Yeah, we're looking forward to the transformation, and we're hoping that it can happen very quickly. So that's in New Amsterdam Hospital as well, and parts of New Amsterdam. As we're back with the action now, it's Matthews continues and bowling to the Jamaican captain. Taylor is on 7. Rashada Williams, who's vice captain, 23. That's one away from the first 50 for Jamaica. 77 needed from 138 deliveries. So lots of time to get the total. Target 126.
So Stephanie Taylor, 17 from 17 deliveries. You realize what is happening. They're keeping a tight rein on the right hand and not giving her that room to play. The expansive drives.
A little bit of extra turn as well from Haley Matthews. So the pitch in the afternoon taking some turn. We have lots of rain. The pitch was covered for most of the day, but still Matthews extracting some turn.
And I think Taylor realizes too, John, that what is happening here, the bowling is pretty tight. Well, I have to see it through.
A little bit of bounce as well as he stretched forward. So Taylor, not necessarily comfortable, but surviving. Matthews coming down towards the end of her 5th over. 1 for 6 so far. This is the 10th over of the run chase. Banged away. Ticket found down to third man. 4 runs to Jamaica. 4 runs to Stephanie Taylor. That's the 50 for Jamaica. At the end of 10 overs. 53 for a loss of 2. Looking to get 126 from 32 overs.
Yes, getting up to the 50. And prior to that delivery, I did mention that they weren't given Taylor the room outside the off stump to play or to cut. And the very next ball, 2 balls after, she got the room. And there was no third man in place. And she cut away to the boundary for 4. And that's exciting to see that she did seize the opportunity, and she got herself a boundary. That's important, and that's really nice. So at the end of 10 overs, it's 53 for the loss of 2 wickets. And the current rate is just over 4. And you'll need, what, 77 to win. So it's not a massive target from here onwards. But I know Barbados, their bowling has been pretty tight. And they'll want to really stem the flow of runs now, as the Jamaicans begin to settle out in the middle of Rashada Williams and Stephanie Taylor. Good afternoon to you, Matthew. How are you doing?
Hi, Anthony. I'm not doing too bad at all. This is a bit of a battle out here. 10 overs gone, 53 for 2, 7 extras. I think Jamaica would have lost 2 good players as well in Natasha McLean and Shadeen Nation. But the 2 most experienced cricketers you'd want to think are outside of Nation, and McLean are out there, captain and vice captain. Taylor with 145 ODIs and 111 T20s. They've played at the highest level. Rashada Williams, 16 ODIs for the West Indies women. She's just 25 years old, so she's been one of the players in the T20 tournament that was stubborn. She stayed there, batted at the top of the order, and on a few occasions ensured that Jamaica was safe. Look at Natasha McLean. She's been dismissed, 27-year-old. Played 30 ODIs for the West Indies. Shadeen Nation would have played 59 ODIs. So the top 4 for Jamaica, Taylor, Williams, McLean, and Nation, have got a lot of experience. And then you got the bowlers coming down to the end for Jamaica. Chanel Henry, the 26-year-old, would have played 31 ODIs. She's an all-rounder. Vanessa Watts would have represented the West Indies women as well. But nothing much after that. So they've got to bank on these 2 in terms of experience to bring them through. Yes, the total is not a big one, but they've still got to bat well, because the bowling has not been that bad at all.
Again, she picks up the line, not forcing Williams to drive. That's Aline. Probably straying too wide outside the off stump. She will be well advised to bring it closer. But the solitary slip in place, that's Matthews. And a word here for Matthews as well. I think she is leading this team really well. In fact, it's Shakira Selman, correction. And she just needs to bring it closer to the body. Shot. That's gone. Over mid-wicket. That's well, I was thinking the ball will go into the boundary, but 2 fielders converging in it. And in fact, one will pull it back now. And they'll get, 2 runs. But she was going over the top and over mid-wicket and getting 2 more to the total. So Williams goes up to 25 of 27. Taylor is 11 from 23. And Jamaica needing 126 to win. They are 55 for 2.
Yeah, Barbados turned into their most experienced player at the highest level. That's Selman, the 32-year-old. 95 ODIs under her belt, 76 wickets. And she also played at 87 T20s. They tend to use her a little later in the innings. She doesn't often bowl at the top for Barbados. So they bank on her experience as well to pick up a few wickets to keep things tight. With all her experience, 95 ODIs for the West Indies women. That's a lot. A lot of cricket for this young woman.
You look at the fielding of Barbados, Matthew. The fielding has been pretty spot on out in the middle. The ground fielding as well as the catching and so forth. And the Bajans seem to be up on their game. 55 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, I thought Bruce didn't really bowl well. She picked up a wicket, 1 for 22. She was expensive. She bowled a bit too short and was put away, I think, 2 boundaries by Natasha McLean and of course Rashada Williams. So I don't know what the ploy was from her, but certainly not the Bruce we know, the top in terms of the bowling department. And then we saw Alia Allen giving away 2 boundaries down the leg side, put away nicely by Rashada Williams, the vice captain, and with experience playing for Jamaica and a few matches for the West Indies as well. Women, 16 ODIs, Rashada Williams. But as long as you're going to go short down the leg side, you're going to be put away by these girls. They've got the experience. Stephanie Taylor is still there. 11 from 23, Williams 25 from 28. So good going by them so far.
This is a ball that's punched into the offside. They get a very quick single. And that's it. Once you can run well between the wickets, you can just drop and run. But that was pushed into the offside. And really, the fielder not picking up as she was coming in on the offside. And they seized the opportunity and they got a very quick single. It just goes to show running between the wickets can be significant to your game.
Yeah, that's Trishan Holder. She got her cap from Selman on debut in the 50-over tournament. The young lady, Trishan Holder, mid-off. And it shows how much Barbados value their players as well because, you know, their cricket has been good down through the years. The structure of their cricket has been good, just like Trinidad and Tobago as well in terms of ladies cricket. They play a lot of cricket. Nice sweep shot down towards backward square. Feel out there on the boundary to get a single. But both Taylor and Williams have looked good. They've steadied the ship nicely for Jamaica. After 2 wickets went early, McLean caught Cumberbatch. Short third man off the bowler Bruce for 9. That was a lovely catch. One-handed, it went low to her left. It was 17 for 1 in the third over. And then Nation was LBW ball Matthews for 3, 20 for 2 in the fourth over.
Since then, we have had a rebuilding process, isn't that so? 55 for 2 wickets.
Right, 35 runs between these two for the third wicket so far. It's a nice little partnership building between the two experienced players. Taylor played a lovely cut shot, back foot cut shot, an over go, and really looked very, very good indeed. She's a good front foot player, good player through the covers and through the onside, good use of the wrist, Stephanie Taylor.
I am more inclined to see Taylor and partners battle against the spin of Matthews. And so far Matthews has really kept her tight. Has kept a tight rein on the Jamaican batters, not really giving too much of room, and that's nice to see.
4 overs, 1 for 10 before this. Allen, 3 overs for 21. Selman, 1 over for 2. Bruce, 3 overs, 1 for 22. Wide of the off stump, searching for that, beaten outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. The over comes to an end. And after 11 overs, Jamaica needing 126. That's because of the Duckworth-Lewis method system to win this game. They're 55 for 2. And it's a good time to remind you that you're listening to CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence.
Yes, being at the score they are now, 55 for 2. And we've had, 11 overs bowled. They need to get a 126. So they need another 71 to win. 71 runs to win at a required rate of just over 3. So it's not anything huge. It's not a huge ask for Jamaica. All they need to do is to keep their wickets intact and bat really sensibly from here. They'll want their captain and the senior player, that's Stephanie Taylor, to stay for a long time.
Barbados will bank on Selman, who comes in now to put pressure on them. Bowl! The leg stump bail. Midland leg stump bail has been removed, dislodged. And Stephanie Taylor looking to play across the line to a quick delivery that kept a bit low. And that went through her defense and removed the bail. Knocked the bail off. Let's have a look at the replay for you. She's gone. That's a big wicket. A big wicket there, yes. Getting inside her stumps. Just looking to pull that. And across the line shot. Bowled. She's gone now, Taylor. In fact, she's gone for 13. And Jamaica 58 for 3. So that's a big wicket to get. The skipper. And look who picked her up, the experienced Shakira Selman. We just talked about her and 95 ODIs for the West Indies. That needed to come into play now with all the experience in the world, removing Taylor and a total 58 for 3. That's a big wicket for Barbados to have picked up.
Yes, that's an excellent strike from Barbados. And if you're in the Barbados management and you're the captain of Barbados, you'll be thinking, my word, we've just pulled one major blow here. And we've really set back our opponents by picking up a very important wicket. That's the captain, and no other than Stephanie Taylor. So kudos to them. And this is really good bowling here from Selman as she continues to Ferron, who has replaced Taylor. Yes, and you look at the Bajans, and they're all pumped up. And they're looking for further wickets and to further stem the flow of runs. 58 for 3 now in over number 13. The magical figure is 126. If ever they get up there, that's going to be quite an interesting task from here.
Well, Ferron did well in the field, featured in a direct hit run out and took a catch. Let's see what she can do with the bat for Jamaica. The right-hander.
Brilliant piece of work there at backward point to her left. That's Alain stopping what might have been a boundary. So the Bajan fielding all-round cricket has been brilliant so far, Matthew.
Yes, just a couple of boundaries given away because of short-pitched bowling here at Providence and down the leg side and put away nicely, but since then they've come back nicely. Oh, that's a nice shot. On the back foot and eased it through point for 4. What a stroke by Ferron, and that was pure timing to get herself off the mark. She looked very good with that shot, but a nice way to get yourself off the mark. Let's look at it again on the replay. On the back foot and eased it nicely through square cover. This time down the leg side, wide call. Selman is bowling a little bit quicker now.
Yes, with her tails up, and after getting that wicket, there might have been a spring in her step, and she's running in now with some purpose, much more purpose that is, and hitting the seam really hard and trying really hard for her team. And this is a really nice little spell here from Selman.
Jumping inside her stumps, got it off the inner portion of the bat, bounced away towards forward square. A little bit uncertain in that shot, Ferron. But you've got to admire Rashada Williams. She's still there, 26 from 33. And she's been there from the start of the innings.
Yes, and the Jamaican management would need her to stay there and probably to take her team home. This is outside the off stump again, not forcing the right-hander to play. Another over has been completed, and Jamaica needing 126 to win. They're 63 for the loss of 2 wickets. This is a good time to remind you, you're listening to CG United Super 50 Cup from the Providence Stadium. So just in case if you've just joined us, let me tell you that we had a few interruptions during the course of the day, but eventually the match was reduced to 32 overs per side, and Barbados total 121 in fact, and after using the Duckworth-Lewis and Stern method, the total has been pushed up to 126 to win, and Jamaica in reply 63 for 3. We've had 13 overs bowled, and in that time losing the wickets of Natasha McLean for 9, Jide Nation for 3, and moments ago Stephanie Taylor, the West Indian player, for 13. And full kudos to Barbados.
So the debutant at this level for Barbados comes into the attack, is it?
Alia Williams.
No, looks like Trishan Holder, the new bowler. Yes. As I said earlier, got her cap from Shakira Selman with all the players gathered around her, encouraging her. All right, beg your pardon. So that's Alia Williams bowling.
And this is hit high over the head of mid-on. The ball will slow up now as the fielder will return in. So they get what? Another 2 runs. So 2 runs to the total. In fact, that's Williams from the
Yes.
players' pavilion end. And the important thing about the Jamaican batters, they're seizing on these opportunities. Once it's pitched up, they're going for the drive.
Nicely fielded at mid-wicket there. So Alia Williams into the attack. Number 6 on her shirt. It looked like number 8 to me. The thing with the Barbadian girls, their shirts, those numbers can really fool you. You've got to look through the binoculars to see their numbers well. Quick return in. The return comes in. She's gone, run out, looking for a quick single. And Ferron has to go. That ball was chopped away down to the third man area. They came through for a quick single. Rashada Williams there coming at the non-strikers end. Ferron being left to gallop at the strikers end. And so Ferron has gone run out. And that's not a good way for a Jamaican wicket to fall, and with such a low total on the board. It's 65 for 4, and really in some trouble now as we have a little drinks break. We'll have the break now with the fall of that wicket, Anthony. In the 14th over, Jamaica, they need 61 runs to win this game. 65 for 3. 65 for 4, in fact. What a disastrous piece of cricket by Jamaica there.
Yes, so we have seen what? We have seen the second run out of the innings, and it just goes to show, you know, that indecisiveness sometimes can lead to these things. But she was scampering to get back to her crease, and wasn't successful doing so. Take nothing away from the Jamaicans. I think they have fielded excellently. They bowled well in pretty good areas, and they have been well led. Barbados by their captain Haley Matthews. So they're not giving up the opportunity to seize, to get wickets, to get early wickets, and they put the Jamaicans under pressure. The 126 to win from here, Matthews, seems a very far away. But you know, cricket is a game of glorious uncertainties. How often do we hear that?
Yes, we just saw it on the replay. Her dismissal. So she's gone via the run-out route at the strikers end for 4. So we'll have a look at the replay now. The ball was cut away down to the third man area. Hesitation. Then Rashada Williams initially hesitating for the run. Ferron called her, but Ferron, for some reason or the other, was a bit too slow. That return was rifled in very quickly to the wicketkeeper who did the work. And that was the end of Ferron. Gone for 4. She looked good when she got that boundary, but didn't look that well going for that run. 65 for 4 in the 14th. The refreshment break will come to an end now as the players get ready to return to the middle there. But what a big wicket to get. And the thing about limited overs cricket, your feeling has got to be spot on. I mean, many a times runouts have cost teams very terribly. In terms of matches and being able to win games. You've got to be on the ball, read the game well. Jamaica not under pressure. The current run rate, 4.76. They need 61 in 110 balls. Why would you want to be dismissed via the run-out route? That, to my mind, is very puzzling indeed, Anthony.
Yes, sometimes you wonder what's going on out in the middle, and as you said, you know, a run-out, going by the run-out route. It's something of a disaster for your team. You don't expect that, you know, to give out run-out just like that. But as I said, you know, I think the Bajans, they've fielded well, and they're not giving the advantage to the other team or to the opponents. They're just keeping them on the back foot. 65 now for a loss of 4 wickets. And from here onwards, Matthews, it seems as though it's going to be a real fight between these two teams. So
Chanel Henry is a new batter, gets off the mark. But she's a good all-rounder as well. She can bat. I remember in her first match in the T20 Blast tournament, she got a wonderful half-century for Jamaica to carry them up to 133 in that game. The over comes to an end, is it? Yes. So, 14 gone. It's 66 for 4.
Yes, you're talking about her all-round ability. I know she has been sent out to do a job for her team. Her team is precariously placed right now, 65 for 4. So, management might have said to you, go out, Chanel, and see what best you can do for us. And along with Rashad, who is stationed here, and from the start, you know, she seems to have dropped anchor there and wants to build on her start. The Barbadians have really been taking some vital wickets so far. 66 for 4. This is an excellent delivery outside the off stump as the right-hander pushes. Not taking the edge again, taken by the keeper. Good bowling here from Selman.
So Alia Williams was the one who featured in that run out just now. Brilliant piece of work by her to the wicketkeeper, who removed the bails quickly. 66 for 4. Lovely approach by Selman to the wicket. Oh, look at that. Spanking square drive, and that brings Henry 4 good-looking runs. Look, she's a class player to my mind. She's young, Chanel Henry. She's just 26 years old. And what a shot. Look at that shot on the replay. Back, square driven beautifully for 4. And the timing was excellent. Excellent timing from Henry.
Well, the very next ball, she's been beaten all ends up. Might have moved away from the right-hander. And taken by the keeper. 70 for the loss of 4 wickets. They need 56 and 105. So they have time in their hand, Matthew, and they have the balls to do that.
They don't need another run out for sure. That's number 1. Number 2, look how the game of cricket is so wonderful. Eh? Previous delivery, a spanking square drive for 4. Next delivery, beaten all ends up outside the off stump. That's what cricket is all about.
Game of glorious uncertainties.
And it's not for the faint-hearted. Especially T20 and especially T20 cricket. Well, any version for that matter, because in a test match, if you've got to get 2 runs with 1 wicket left, and if your heart isn't good, it's worries. Look at that. Cut away down to third man. Bruce is there. It's a bit too wide, short and wide outside the off stump. Give Henry the room, the width in the room to cut that for 1 more. So she's picking up runs, Anthony. She's 6 from 6, a run a ball. Williams comes back into strike 28 from 37. And she's done good work for Jamaica at the top, 71 for 4.
You talk about 1 run and 2 runs. Remember that famous 1992-93 series when the West Indies won against Australia 2-1? Courtney Walsh got that final wicket.
And the game has evolved so much, you know, over the years that you've got to have a strong heart to follow the game of cricket. You've got to.
Have you checked yours of late?
Yes, my heart is okay. Good. Working well, I can tell you. Did some tests recently, so I'm okay. Anthony, what about you? Still to test yours?
No test, but it's absolutely fine.
Selman has a good heart for Barbados. Quick single taken there. Nudged away down to the wide short third man inside the 30-yard circle where Alia Allen fields. The over comes to an end. And if I'm correct, it's 14 gone, 71 for 4. Jamaica fighting. 15 gone, 72 for 4 actually. Current run rate 4.8, required run rate 3.18. It's a good time to remind you that you listen to CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence in Guyana.
And we're watching Selman. Nicely driven down towards mid-on, but can't get the single. The score stays on 72 for the loss of 4. And a good partnership beginning between these two. Alia Williams actually bowling from the southern end of the ground. Selman operates from the northern end. This is in the air. The catch will be taken. It's taken now. And she has departed there. Rashada Williams gone for 29 of 41 deliveries, caught down at backward point. And a brave little innings has come to an end. She is the one that took the fight for the Jamaicans, and they're in further trouble now. They are 72 for the loss of 5.
Yes, that catch taken by Kishona Knight down at backward point. You know, I was having a look at this Alia Williams just now when she bowled her first over, and I'm saying to myself, a little bit more pace for her would make her an extremely good bowler, because she has a nice run-up, nice approach to the wicket, and she bowls on a good line and length. And look who she's picked up, the prize scalp of the vice-captain who's been there from the start. What a wicket to get for this young lady.
Yes, and this is the strength of the Barbados team. They have some very good seam bowlers, perhaps the best in the entire tournament. You look at Bruce, Connell is not playing in the game. She's the fastest bowler. We saw Selman running in and bowling quickly. And now Williams picking up a wicket. She has picked up 1 for 3 so far. Driven, that's in the air. That's a good looking shot, and that's come just over the rope for a maximum. Well played, had the power. And that 6 will certainly change the score over nicely for Jamaica. Look at it. It was a delivery that was well pitched up, and she came forward and smashed it back over the head of the bowler for a maximum. The first maximum of the game to take the score on to 78.
That was a lovely shot. Lovely shot. And she's got power. She's got timing. And that came all the way down below our commentary area for a maximum. Chanel Henry is a batting all-rounder.
And Matthew, this field that Williams has been given to work with, she has to be careful, driven over her head. You don't want to straight outside the off stump like she did. As I was speaking, that should have gone over the top of cover, but Henry missed out on this one. The score is kept on 78 for the loss of 5.
You picked up a wicket, prize scalp, Williams going for 29, and then you bowl your hit for 6, and then you bowl a little bit of a wide ball there outside the off stump that Henry was going after. So she's trying to mix it up, but also leaking a couple of runs, and that's what you don't want with this low total.
Lovely looking on drive by Henry. She will move to 13 from 10. The over has been completed, 16 gone, 79 for the loss of 5. And they're making good headway here after Barbados posted 121 of their 32 overs. Knight scoring a 50, Haley 16, and Nijani scoring 7. In the wickets department, Henry 2 for 26, Watts 2 for 35, Taylor 3 for 13, and Brown 2 for 20. And that was after Barbados won the toss. In fact, yes, Barbados won the toss and they batted first. Lots of stops and starts today, but it's good to see that the rain has stayed away and we are having cricket. Selman will continue. Now she's bowling quick, running in and bowling very hard. And we learned that every short ball that is there for the taking was put away by the Jamaicans. So you do not want to bowl short and wide at all.
They need 47 to win this game. The timing wasn't quite there. She was looking for a big cover drive. Got it off the outside edge of the bat down towards the point area, where I believe it's Shante Carrington fielding. She got a single Henry. But good time of the ball, sweet time of the ball, big hit of the ball as well.
Yes, and I think that she just missed out there a little. And Watts is going to get her first run, edging away down towards fine third man. And the return comes in. It's always a good feeling when you're off the mark. And she has done the right thing. Didn't push at it very hard, knowing once the edge was found, well, it's going to roll all along the ground.
I won't take the 34-year-old Vanessa Watts for granted at all. Remember, she would have played for the West Indies at the ladies at the highest level against New Zealand in 2014. She got 25 runs in 40 T20s, 18 runs in one ODI. So she can bat a little. And coming at number what? She's come out at number what? 7 for them. She has to do the work for Jamaica along with Chanel Henry.
Oh, that was beautifully bowled and beaten all ends up there. Henry pushed at one, and that is where Selman needs to get it more than often. And she's running in and bowling very well indeed. Now, this lady has a lot of heart. Just look at the replay here. Going with the motion as well. Touchdown just outside the line of the off stump. And she was beating all ends up there, Chanel Henry. Well bowled.
Well bowled indeed. Just 38 runs, the highest partnership so far in this innings between Taylor and Williams for the third wicket. Nothing much as yet in terms of partnerships.
This is edged away, beats the diving Hayley Matthews down at first slip. Got the finger onto it. Comes away all along down towards the boundary area where Bruce is fielding. Henry gets the run. So they have been scoring the boundaries. They have managed to get the singles as well. And this is good for Jamaica. And you look at the field placement here now. There's going to be a change as Watts comes into strike. We're going to have a gully. In fact, 2 slips now. And they're a little bit far apart. No doubt we're having Selman here. She's been asked to bowl just outside the line of the off stump. Maybe just short of a good length that can induce the drive from the right-hander.
You can see that Selman works hard on her fitness as well. She's 32 and look how she's bowling. Very fit. Has a nice approach to the wicket. Has kept herself fit. These girls, most of them are pretty fit. You look at Vanessa Watts. She's 34 and batting out there. You've got to run between the wickets. Some of these girls are in their 30s and they're doing very well.
Yes, and Watts has to be very careful here because the trap has been set. There are 2 slips there waiting. There's a backward point, and you can't be pushing at deliveries like that. So she has been very compliant to the plot here by Hayley Matthews. Now this is badly lined down the leg side. Just maybe trying a little bit too hard. She's hitting the deck and just straight in line. And signal wide by the umpire.
She was searching for a slow delivery there. She did bowl a slow delivery, but the line was bad on that occasion. I think she was looking to outfox Watts, but had she got it on the off stump, thereabouts, that would have forced Watts to play a different sort of stroke to that slow delivery.
Yes, generally she has been good. Went for a few. Selman. And once again, there was an air of danger there for Watts. Moving forward there and playing almost with a horizontal bat rather than a vertical bat. The over has been completed. Jamaica, they have moved on nicely to 83, but they have lost 5 wickets so far. 16 overs gone. In fact, 17 overs completed.
Selman completing her 4th over, 1 for 17. Not that bad. I thought Allen gave away some runs, 3 overs for 21. You're going at 7 per over there. Williams, 2 overs, 1 for 10. Not bad. Bruce also gave away some runs, going at over 7, 3 overs, 1 for 22. Haley Matthews has been very economical, 5 overs, 1 for 13. So herself and Selman have done a bit of work in trying to contain the batters for Jamaica with this low total. But some of the other girls like Bruce and of course Allen, they would have bowled a little bit too short and give away some easy boundaries.
It's a good start to the over here because Henry getting a full toss. Maybe could have done a little bit better with it down through backward square. Picked out the field on the boundary at mid-wicket and got the single nevertheless. That's popped in the air. The catch is taken down at short cover. And she stands there, but she will definitely have to walk there. Tinel? Henry, or is that Watts? Well, Watts was it. Half-hearted shot there. Williams get her wicket. And she's coming back to the pavilion. Another wicket has stumbled.
A good one. A good one for Barbados again. They're fighting. They're in this game. It's not over as yet. And I think the catch there was taken by
Scantlebury.
Oh, lovely. At short cover, she came in and she got it with both hands. That was excellent indeed. Fine bowling from Williams. She outfoxed Vanessa Watts, who played the shot a bit too early, popped it up in the air. And that's what? That's 6 down for 84. Barbados are in this game in the Jeet. It's not over as yet. You've got the lower order now, and they're not excellent, maybe not that strong in the batting department.
Well, Barbados has never been out of the match so far. They're now taking a huge advantage here because they've picked up the 6th wicket. So it has been a good contest so far. The struggle between bat and ball continues, and it's good cricket that we're witnessing at the moment. That wicket of Watts that went back, the delivery was pitched on leg stump, and she was playing with a straight bat, looking to play down towards mid-on. Got the tick out portion of the bat and taken down at short cover. So Sanford, the wicket-keeper batsman, has come out. Butter has come out in the middle, and let's see what she can present to the table here now. So it's a matter of Jamaica looking for runs and preserving their wicket at the same time. This presents a good opportunity for Barbados to make further inroads. And that's a lovely flowing drive, but down towards extra cover, and looks very comfortable too.
Strong girl, Tamika Sanford, the wicketkeeper for Jamaica. Done good service for them over the years.
And that's delicately, nicely cut away down towards white third man. And they will get the single. So Sanford opens her account with a good-looking shot. She's gone on to 1.
Don't give them the wit in the Jeet. Don't give that wit. They have all the time in the world to go back and play that shot. She's got to get it a little bit closer to that off stump.
2 for 10 so far by Aliyah. Ooh, that's the French cut. Off the back foot there was Henry, looking to hit through point. And it passed between herself and the stumps down towards the fine leg. And they collected the single. So another over has gone. At the end of it, Jamaica, they're 86 for the loss of 6. And we have had how many? 18 overs completed so far. Good time to remind you that this is CG United Super 50 Cup from the National Stadium at Providence.
Imagine Henry's already 17 from 15 balls. Chanel Henry. So it shows her worth. It shows why she's such a valuable player for Jamaica. And if it's one person who can take it home for them, it's Chanel Henry.
So 14 overs to go. They're 86. Their target is 126, and that's under the Duckworth and Lewis turn system. And I was sternly reminded by John Ramsing, we must never leave out the stern. Oh, and she's pushing at one. There's an appeal for a catch at the wicket. And umpire Rajkumar will have none of it. The girls out in the middle there can't believe it. But that's the way it goes. We're going to watch the replay here. And let's see exactly what happened. Was the edge found? We saw the bowler coming in, short of a good length. Was there a deviation of the ball? I think it went under the bat. Difficult for us to make a decision whether she got the under edge or not. I doubt whether, however. Short and cut away down towards cover. Protection out there on the boundary. And they'll get the single. So Henry, living a little bit dangerously, started off with a flurry of shot, and since then has gone into a little mood where she's been troubled. But this will tell you that the Barbadian bowling has been very good, especially Selman, 1 for 18. She's in her 5th over.
Generally, if you get a nick, everyone tend to go up. But if you follow the body language just now, what happened? The keeper went up along with
the bowler,
Haley Matthews, and the bowler.
Yes.
I saw no one else going up. So, and umpires are very much also influenced to an extent by the body language of the players out there as well. That's the truth.
And there's a chance here for a run out. The shot goes down towards the non-striker's end. And why on earth that Chinel Henry wanted to go for that single? Because Sanford wasn't going anywhere and the ball was going to the field. The last thing they will want is a run out.
You need 39 from 82 in the Jeet. Why panic in the running department?
Yes.
Why? I'm amazed.
You should not panic whatsoever. Play your natural cricket and things can happen for you. Barbados know they have to make all play here this afternoon. They need wickets. Oh, beaten outside the line of the off stump, and it's going to come past the keeper down towards the boundary area. And those are runs. She got the edge onto it. That was very close to the off stump. And no doubt Andrew is going to line us up with a replay to see how that passed the leg stump. Or was it the off stump? To my mind, it was the leg. We shall see.
But Jeet, a partial victory there for Selman. I think Jamaica are playing right into the hands of Barbados here, and they've got to be very careful. You cannot afford to throw away this game with such a total.
Well, moral victory for Selman, but runs victory too for Sanford, because she got a boundary. And that's a good delivery. It was in the air, but the backward point was about the 30-yard circle. The over's been completed, 19 gone, 91 for the loss of 6 Jamaica, Sanford on 5, Henry's on 18. The target is 126. This is CG United Super 50 Cup from Providence.
Don't fall for the trap. The Barbadians are cockahoo out there. They have to get 4 wickets. And they are bowling very well. They're playing the game nicely. Haley Matthews is reading the game well. And Jamaica been playing into their hands, and that's not what you want. Again, we said it's a low total, but we know low totals can be very difficult to get. And Barbados is showing why they're such a strong side. Even without DeAndre Dottin in the team, they're good. They didn't get too much with bat in hand. Of course, a few interruptions because of the weather forced a 32-over side game. They couldn't get momentum when they came out to bat. They were 79 for 3 and dismissed for 121. And now they've got Jamaica rock back.
And that's a good delivery, right on target. And this is the way that they should bowl. You want to bowl wicket to wicket. In that previous over, how on earth that ball didn't hit the leg stump? Well, that's Lady Luck following the right-hander. They got a boundary with it. And that's good. More runs for Jamaica.
That's why it's called the French cut.
So, Aliyah Williams has done a fine job for her team so far. 2 wickets. Appeal for a catch at the wicket. There was a sound where it came from. And the Barbadians can't believe it. Loud shout from the keeper. The bowler went up too. And umpire Nankumar Shiv Sankar says it's not out. There was a sound where it came from. We shall see the replay. Was it the bat hitting the top of the pad?
I think I saw he indicated that it was batting to ground when, you know.
bat into ground. Well, we did see the bat hitting the ground. Whether it took the edge, very far for us to see. Inconclusive from what we are watching at. And they'll pick up the single now. And this game has lived up to its expectations. It's been very exciting so far. 91 for 6. Can be anybody's game. But I think sensible batting by Jamaica could very well see them home.
I think any lover of cricket would want to see matches like these. You're looking at two top teams in the Caribbean, the two best teams actually. And then I guess followed by Trinidad and Guyana in terms of the ladies' regional teams. And this is what you want to see. Good cricket. Intense. It's intense out there. The battle is strong out there. A battle of the minds.
Yes, and what Barbados need to do here, Matthew, is to ensure they have a few dot balls in. Now, dot balls create pressure, and pressure can create the opportunities for wickets to go. So they need to create that dot ball pressure, just like this. Right on target, excellent bowling here from Williams, and she continues to bowl well. And as you come to the end of the over, that's the time now when you want to protect the boundary on the offside because the extra cover is going out as well as the long off. So this is good thinking by Hayley Matthews. The final delivery coming up in over number 20. Good delivery to end the over. This has been an excellent over. 20 overs gone. Jamaica 92 for 6. And the target is 126.
As you said, and everyone has been saying, it's been a good fight by Barbados defending this low total. Their bowlers at the top give away a couple of boundaries because of short pitch delivery, especially Bruce. Then we saw a couple from Allen, her 3 overs for 21 runs. That tells the picture. But if they could have done a little bit better in keeping good lines and good lengths, it would have been even more pressure. I don't think Jamaica would have got up to 92 so quickly, if to put it that way. They probably would have been anywhere around maybe 75, 78. But runs makes a difference. But what Barbados have got to do is to pick up the remaining 4 wickets. They've done a good job so far, but Jamaica getting closer to that 126.
Yes, and 34 runs required for victory for Jamaica. 4 wickets standing and 12 overs to go. So if you look at that equation, it's a good advantage for Jamaica. And Barbados, they will have to take wickets here. And certainly Selman will be looking for another wicket as she begins over number 21. Good time to say hello to my friend John Ramsing. Exciting battle out in the middle.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Good afternoon once again in the Jeet. And the Jamaican batters getting a gift every now and again. And they're taking it. And if they can pick up the boundary ever so often, it means that that required run rate will not run away too far. They've lost 6 wickets, so that is some pressure indeed. But the scoring rate that is required for them to win is under 3 runs and over. No pressure at all. 33 from 71.
Yes, and that's very gettable for them.
What Sanford has to do is try to get the single early in the over, hand it back to Chanel Henry. We know that she can be the one to take it home for Jamaica. But if she's denied of the strike a lot, the pressure can tell on Sanford and she may want to do something rash. I may lose her wicket and put further pressure on Henry at the other end.
Yes, I agree with you. And Selman will not like to be short here. I think if she pitches up further, that can create some problem. She pitched it up, but lying down the leg side. And they get the single. Back come Henry in strike.
That's a very important single. And Henry holds the key at the moment, because if we can see the back of Henry, despite lots of deliveries available still to get 32 runs, the rest of batting, I think Barbados team attack can tie them down.
And I think Henry knows that, how it's important for her to stay out in the middle.
So you look for the second, but will not get there because Sanford was contented with just a single. Not as quick as Henry between the wickets. So she was happy to just take one. So rotation in the strike is not a problem. 3 singles in the over so far. Like I said, the required run rate is under 3, so they're going good.
Yes, certainly. And once it's short, there's an opportunity to get the single because they can steer between cover and backward point or between the first slip and the backward point and get the singles. And that is exactly what they have done. So Selman here needs to get it up further.
In here, chance for run as well as the non-strikers and Ali Allen.
John, that was brilliant fielding there. And this is what good players do. Throw their body at it, good dive, and saving it, and had the presence of mind to look for the run out as well.
Was outside the off stump to begin with. And Sanford eyes opened. She wanted to go for the big shot. Almost fetching it to hand. 95 for 6.
And she was flirting with danger there. Was pitched up but way outside the line of the off stump. 21 overs gone. Jamaica there 95 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, 3 singles in the over. And not bad at all. If it's tough going, just need to see it through. So a good over coming to an end from Selman. She's now completed 6 overs, but only 2 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 7. And this looks like the bridge in Linden across the Demerara River. So there's a second bridge across the Demerara River. This time it's in the mining town, the bauxite town of Linden. Yeah, not as long as the Demerara Harbour Bridge. Yeah, it's a beautiful Guyana. And then on that side of Linden, it's Wismar. Once you get over that bridge, beautiful black water.
Yes.
This is the Wismar Main Road. Mackenzie Market on the other side.
Absolutely splendid view, John Ramsing. Linden is one of the towns here in Guyana and is of real value to this nation. Was once the bauxite mining hub of this country, Linden. Beautiful, picturesque view of that town. Hello to all Lindeners.
And they say, oh, beautiful Guyana. Over number 22 is being bowled by Alia Williams. Now in her 5th over, 2 for 14. She has bowled very hostile. Nice spell this afternoon. Picking up wickets of Rashada Williams, who was well set, and Vanessa Watts spectacularly taken earlier. So she's in the wickets column. She's picked primarily to bowl and pick up wickets, and she's doing that. She's delivering.
Absolutely impressive. And just as I was saying impressive, just trade a little down the lakeside.
You know what they say, the commentator's curse.
I will avoid saying that, but she is on a very, very good spell indeed.
So Henry, with lots of responsibilities on her shoulder once again. Bang, past the bowler, but straight into the stumps. And Henry not only holds the key because of her experience and her skill set, but because of the fact that what's to come in the Jamaica lineup. Waysome, there's that Nisha Ann Waysome, Jodie Ann Brown, and Corinne Howell. Not necessarily in that order, but those are slated still to come. How much batting capabilities they have, we will not know just yet. Cannot give it away too easily. 2 wides already in the over. It means that another run, whether it's from extra or from the bat, and then that means Jamaica would have already gotten the runs they require per over to take them to victory.
Yes, certainly. And the required run rate is just 2.72 runs and over. They need 29 runs from 64 balls.
So that's a good delivery. No pressure. Full and well handled by Chanel Henry.
And I was saying, John, the strategy here of Barbados should be no short balls, no wide deliveries, bowl wicket to wicket, create dot balls, and that will bring some pressure. They have not managed to do that. Floated up a little bit too much, driving down towards long on and getting the single. Good rotation in the strike as well as they approach 100. So back comes Sanford in strike. Henry's doing the job here. Oh, the wrapped on the pad. There's a shout for a leg before.
Yeah,
She's
that
gone.
was very full.
That was a full toss, and she missed it completely. Sanford. She stood there, turned around, but now she has to walk back to the dugout. She's gone. The score is now gone on to 98. They've lost 7 wickets.
Yes, making it very difficult at the moment because there is no pressure at all. All she had to do was to get back onto that straight ball. Very high. Well, a full toss that was dipping on her, and she missed it totally. She was trying to go across the line, trying to fan it across, and she missed it. And that's the end of the wicketkeeper batter. Jamaica Sanford, 98 for 7. Still 28 to get from 61. No pressure, but it can be anxious.
Yes, and she looks disappointed. I guess she's disappointed with the shot that she played. She was right in front the stump, and it was a full toss that dipped on her, missed it. She's gone a leg before as well. So 98 for the loss of 7. We're in 22 overs, and are we going to see more twists and turns in this match than the majestic Demerara River? We shall see what's going to happen. This is cricket. Barbados, they have picked up crucial wickets at important times in this match as Nisha Waysam comes out into the middle.
Still 28 to get. Time is not a factor because they have lots of time, Jamaica. Wickets in hand, another issue. And in the over, despite the wicket, they already had 3 runs, 2 wides and a single. So still within the run rate that is required for victory. No need to panic. Henry is still there as well.
Yes, and when it comes to close encounters like these, those that can hold their nerves are the ones that will, win these matches. And I say close encounters because Jamaica, they have lost 7 wickets. They're just 3 standing. And the required run rate is just 2.80. They need 28 runs from 60 balls. That's a lot of deliveries to be bowled. But those 3 wickets that are there, you never know. That might eventually work against them.
Yeah, the mighty Blue Lake of Linden. You mentioned Linden being a beautiful place, the bauxite town. Yeah, so this was once one of the main areas that was being mined for bauxite. And since bauxite stopped, the water remained blue because of all the chemicals and everything. And it gives that blue finish. And it's quite a nice place now. It's a tourist hub, one of the most looked forward to destinations in Region 10, Upper Demerara. Upper Barbados, Upper Demerara, that Linden town. Really beautiful.
What a beauty. She is absolutely elegant. Here's a short delivery. It was a quicker delivery by Haley Matthews. Will the fielder manage to pull it back? She does. That's a fantastic piece of job and certainly saved some runs there for her team. Heading out towards the boundary. Didn't get there at all. That was Nijani Cumberbatch. Great chase.
Good commitment being shown. Was Haley Matthews coming back for her 6th over now. 100 coming up in over number 23. Matthews now in her 6th over, just starting down the leg side.
What a
single
clean
direct
hit.
Umpire Nankumar Shiv Sankar says not out. Yeah, doing the right thing, Nankumar Shiv Sankar signaling because it's getting close. You do not want to just shake the head or say yes and no one can hear like we saw in some previous encounters. Quick single, it was Henry with a start-stop situation, playing with soft hands, but Waysam committed herself to getting there very early, and she got home by a whisker.
And I'm just wondering here if the Jamaican girls, the batters out in the middle, understands that a run out should not be on the card for them, because there's still many deliveries to go. While you don't want to get too many dot balls, you want to ensure too that you do not take reckless runs. And with the stops and starts, you never know what could happen. They have to be careful in that department.
Excellent delivery, nice turn, given
Given out a leg before, that was pitched outside the line of the off stump. She wasn't offering a shot there, John. We shall watch it on the replay. And let's see what actually transpired there. But given out leg before, by umpire Rajkumar. That was big turn there by Haley Matthews. Look at that, not playing a shot.
Yeah, the ball coming back sharply. Good turn. Maybe hitting her just below that knee roll as well, just on that knee roll. So umpire Lyndon Rajkumar judging that it may have gone on to hit the stump. And this can spell disaster for Jamaica. Losing Waysome at a crucial stage. 3 runs already in the over, but the wicket. Barbados won't mind that at all, as Howell makes her way to the middle. And just Jodie Ann Brown in the hut. This is a whole lot of trouble now for Jamaica.
Yes, it has opened up a door here where Barbados can really penetrate for the other 2 wickets. That was touch and go there. Maybe hit in the corridor that the umpire felt would have cannoned into the stumps. Very difficult, but was a good delivery. She was beaten comprehensively by Haley Matthews. So it is left now on Howell and Henry to take Jamaica home, or will Barbados get these 2 other wickets before Jamaica get to that 126? We shall see. Still need 25 runs off 57 balls. So Barbados on a high here, and they have played with tremendous heart. And that's the reason why Jamaica, they have found themselves on 101 for the loss of 8.
Matthews brought herself back into the attack to pick up wickets and to stem the flow of runs as well. And she has picked up the wicket. And now, looking for more success.
And she's the ace spinner on this Barbados team.
The only spinner.
Yes. And what a compliment to the seam bowlers. And when you can get an only spinner of that quality with fine seam bowling, you consider your attack a very, very good one.
So what Jamaica should have done, realize that she is the only difference in terms of what the attack is like. 2 things could have happened. They could have bashed her out of the attack very early, get as many as possible, force her to take herself out of the attack, or be very watchful, but not to give your wicket away to her.
Yes, exactly. I do agree with you, John. Oh, and here is a big swing by Howell. That one was wide outside the off stump, and she was looking to go over mid-wicket here. And I think here is Will. Henry shall call her up and say to her, Howell, this is how I need you to play. That's a naughty shot.
I think she was pulling that, essaying a pull to that delivery because of the extra bounce that she got. I think she wants to be more watchful. Oh no, not being watchful at all. Slugging and missing, bowled. So Corinne Howell losing her wicket, and now Jamaica staring down defeat.
Why she want to play that shot, John Ramsing? I know you're not in her mind, but look what's going on here. In the replay, Haley Matthews well tossed up, big turn again. And Howell looking to go big too. Just lost her thinking as he played that shot. Playing totally across the line.
Yes. Exposing everything and giving Haley Matthews, who realized that once the batter missed, she can be in with a shout, and that is exactly what happened. She opened the gate and Matthews took it. So Matthews now, another match-winning effort, you may want to say, from her, this time with the ball.
Yes, certainly has been a good performance. 3 for 16. She is in her 6th over. Splendid bowling. Selman, I thought, did well. 1 for 25. And Matthews just complimenting that. And one can never forget the effort of Alia Williams. 3 for 17. A total team effort as the last batter makes her way out in the middle. And that's Jodie Ann Brown.
Yeah, Jodie Ann Brown took some time to get to the crease as well. Not sure if she realized that she would have to bat. So when the Jamaicans were going at 58 for a loss of 2, many felt that they had it under control. But since losing the 3rd wicket at 58, they lost the 4th at 65, then 72, 84, 98, 101 twice. So they did all sorts of trouble at the moment, and no one else to blame but themselves.
Yes, there had to be a plan chasing down this 126 of 32 overs. I'm afraid somewhere down the line the plan did not work. They did not turn to plan B whatsoever, or maybe an absent if something happens that we could tumble what to do. And that's the reason why they're in this position. And look, John, Haley Matthews is getting very good turn off this pitch. The over's been completed, a successful one for Haley Matthews. 23 overs gone. Jamaica, they're 101 for the loss of 9.
Yeah, 2 wickets in that over from Haley Matthews. So Jamaica got 3 runs that they were looking for, but Barbados got the 2 wickets that they are looking for. So this one is pretty much changing direction again because of those 2 quick wickets from Haley Matthews. And with Henry going to take strike at the start of this new over, Matthews can perhaps ask the fielders to be a bit deep, give the single to Henry early in the over because have some runs to play with, and allow Williams to bowl as many deliveries as possible to Jodianne Brown.
And that's a good delivery. Why Henry will be looking to get that run, John? She's the senior person out in the middle there, and the thought should be just, you know, play a few defensive shots there. If you get the ball to go for the boundary, you can get the 2. But just protect the last batter out in the middle, Jodianne Brown. You don't want to go for a single the first ball. There are still many deliveries to come.
This one is banged away. So once she can be patient as well, she'll be able to get balls the way she can get 2 and 4. And to keep the strike for as long as possible.
Yes, and that was good because they got the 2. She got the short ball, she got the space she wanted it, and she scored the 2, and she's back in strike. 103 now for the loss of 9.
Oh, this one's a lot of bottom hand into this one from Henry. But Alain is at long on, comes around quickly. And now 3 deliveries that Williams will have to bowl to Jodianne Brown.
Yes, I'm just wondering here, John, if Henry is miscalculating badly, and will it hurt Jamaica? They're not out of it. They still have a good chance in winning this game because we all know what Chanel Henry can do, but she has exposed her partner here, Jodie Brown, for 3 deliveries.
And then Matthews bringing in the field as well to ensure that she does not get off strike easily. Slip, backward point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, all save in 1. That's a full delivery, and Brown got bat onto it this time, did not miss it. So 2 fielders on the defense, 1 at fine leg, 1 at third man.
And she was right back there, John. Look at the replay. Good thing that she got the edge. She was squared up and got enough edge to survive.
Opting not to face up to the seamer with a helmet. So just 1 delivery she has to survive now. And Henry will be back on strike at the start of the over. But the required runs that they require per over, they got that already.
Yes, certainly. And that's because Henry got the 2 and a single. So she needs to survive this delivery here and give Henry a chance to continue her batting. Good girl, leaving it alone, way outside the line of the off stump. Well, a wide signal by the umpire. She still has to face another delivery.
Yeah, that's good judgment, not following that one, because the low order batsmen can be so easily tempted to follow these deliveries outside the off stump. But that was Jodianne Brown showing good judgment, saying, you know what, I will make the difference here today.
She's defending and does exactly what Henry asked her to do. The over's gone, 24 gone, 105 for the loss of 9, as some very ominous cloud over the National Stadium at the moment.
So not only that they're playing against each other, they're playing against the weather as well. So the Duckworth Lewis and Stern calculation is with us. And after 24 overs with 9 wickets down, at this stage, if the game should stop now, Jamaica would have to be at 117 or better. But they are just 105. So if it should stop now because of rain, right, it means that Barbados would be winning by some 12 runs.
Very interesting indeed. And Matthews, who is getting big turn for the first time. Here we're seeing that Matthews just floating the ball nicely, allowing the pitch to do it and giving it a beautiful tweak.
So 3 wickets to her from her six overs so far. Now in the 7th over. So 2 bowlers can bowl a maximum of 7. And looks like Haley Matthews will be one of those 2 bowlers. But there's a long on for Henry. A deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square because of that off-spin. Getting lots of turn from Henry.
And bounce as well.
From Matthews to Henry. Nice stretching forward and killing that spin. Yeah, so no need to be too over-ambitious. If they see out Matthews, they can get runs from the other end. But they need to preserve their wickets. Their wicket is just one that is standing.
So, and that's very, very precious. Play 4 balls here and then look for the single in the next 2. That might very well be the strategy.
Yeah, she's very positive, Henry. Pushing it, but uppish. There's no fielder close in, just extra cover on the edge of this 30-yard circle. So, Haley Matthews, he knows the importance of Henry being kept away from the strike. At least she doesn't want to give anything away. She may not get her wicket, but she doesn't want to give bad balls as well.
Yes, and Haley Matthews here, a little bit surprised with the bounce she's getting off this pitch. Maybe hitting the deck a little bit hard there and getting it to turn as well. Now she's going to change the angle too. And there's nobody down here at the third man, so she just cannot stray outside the line of the off stump.
So those clouds overhead. Oh, despite coming around the wicket, closing up that angle, Henry not being tempted. When Barbados batted, they got 13 fours, and already we're seeing some 9 fours being scored by Jamaica and 1 6. Henry hit a 6 early up in her innings, so she's capable of the big shots as well.
Yeah, so the final delivery coming up in this over here, tossed up and played down towards mid-on. That's well bowled. A maiden over has been sent down, 105 for the loss of 9, 25 overs gone.
And look at those figures from Haley Matthews. 7 overs, 3 for 16. Wonderful bowling from the captain. So not getting a lot of runs, just 16 when she batted, Haley Matthews. But with the ball, very stingy. 3 for 16 from 7 overs. And it's getting dark here at Providence. And some heavy clouds hovering overhead again. We're going to have the bowling out of Aliyah Williams. And she's going to be bowling to the number 11 as Anthony makes his way back for the final time this afternoon. Hello, Anthony.
Good afternoon to you, John. Good afternoon to followers on live stream locally and overseas as well. Gripping contest out in the middle.
Oh, this is the type of thing we signed up for. We wanted to see exciting cricket.
Nothing short of excitement, I can tell you that for sure. From ball 1 of this game, the pendulum has swung both sides, and just getting interesting all the time.
So the attack is on for Barbados. They're looking, I'm seeing they're looking in the air as well, realizing that the clouds can burst at any time. They would look to pick up this wicket before that. Barbados all out attack right now.
Yes, this has been another fine spell here from Aliyah Williams from the players' pavilion end. And as you rightly said, the weather is not on their side, so they might want to get this wicket and get it very early.
So Williams also in her 7th over, wide. So like Matthews, she's going to be sending down her 7th over. And the rain has started. Maybe for the final time today, we're having some sharp shower. And umpire is actually going to call for the covers. And yes, no. And yes, the umpire will now take out the stumps. Chanel Henry is not moving one muscle. She's going to stay there. She wants to be there. And now to see the rain somehow ease a bit. Still drizzling. The first cover is coming on now. And it's getting dark. It's very dark at the moment. Chanel Henry has not moved from her position. Jodianne Brown has joined her. And if this game should stop now, the par score is 117. 117. So it means that Barbados is ahead. And if the rain continues, or if there's no possibility of play resuming, Barbados will win by some 11 runs.
Can we call it an anticlimax? What's happening here at the Providence?
Well, it stopped
Stadium?
raining right now, so it was just a very sharp passing shower, and there's no we're actually under a shed at the Players Pavilion end, and we're not hearing the rain that we were hearing a moment ago. But if you look into the distance on the field, we can see some very fine drizzles happening out on the outside. So it is actually drizzling that side, but not to where we are. This is not that heavy. Anticlimax, you may have called it right, but the umpires, they have to protect not only themselves but the players as well, not being exposed to the weather.
Good. So just in case you've joined us late, let me just tell you that Jamaica needing 126 to win, and at the stoppage they have total 106 for 9. We have had 23.3 of the 32 overs bowled so far, and as John rightly said, according to the Duckworth Lewis turn method, if it does end now, then Barbados will be ahead. And what a sad end that would be too, because the Jamaicans, they wanted to stay out in the middle, and Henry wanted to stay there. She didn't want to come off, but I know the umpires ruled the game, and they've decided, well, it is coming down, and we're going to have to come off. But it has been a fighting and a challenging one for the Jamaicans, and I thought earlier that, you know what, Barbados. Jamaica, correction, would go away with this total. They would get the runs easily, but it was absolutely a totally different scenario, basically, with Jamaica struggling to get up to this score.
I was not convinced at all. I realized because of the bowling attack that Barbados have, they were going to give Jamaica all sorts of trouble, and that it would have been Stephanie Taylor, Rashada Williams, Natasha McLean, and to a big extent, Chanel Henry making the difference. And they got those wickets very cheaply, except for Henry. And now we see that Jamaica on the verge, maybe you can say, losing this one. And just as we're having some rain, we at the moment we're having some rain, we'll just want to give you an update with what's happening in that test match, West Indies against West Indies and Bangladesh in the first test match in Antigua and Barbuda. West Indies bowling out Bangladesh a second time, and it was Kemar Roach who has another fifer. So Roach equals Michael Holding in the all-time wicket list for West Indies and has taken his 10th 5-wicket haul. So Roach completes 50 wickets also at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Also the 6th West Indian fast bowler to take 50 wickets at a single venue. Sir Curtly Ambrose holds the West Indies record for the most wickets in a venue, 66 at the Queen's Park Oval in Trinidad and Tobago. So West Indies bowling out Bangladesh a second time for 245, setting themselves a target of 84. And West Indies second innings, Anthony, 14 for a loss of 3.
I thought that you would have said to me, Anthony, it's 14 for no wicket. But my word, 14 for 3.
Oh, that has still since rolled over to 36 for 3.
36 for 3. Well, you know, it's a fighting game there, and cricket is a funny game. And when we look at Bangladesh being bowled out very cheaply in the first innings, we figured, you know, this is a West Indies game. But, you know, it just goes to show how the pendulum can swing, and it's showing in that test match.
Yeah, cricket test match is certainly alive. And cricket, the game of glorious uncertainties. Brathwaite, the captain, West Indies captain, Craig Brathwaite, 1. John Campbell still there on 23. Raymond Reefer, 2. And Kumar Bunner, no score. Jermaine Blackwood with him, with Campbell on 9. So 36 for 3. So West Indies looking to get for the 48 runs to take a 1-0 lead in the 2-match series. The next match set to play in St. Lucia.
Well, I want to believe that the West Indies should or would get home from the year, John. I don't see them losing this test match, but you never know what can happen. Let's hope from a West Indian standpoint that they do get home here. It looks as though, John, is going to be really tight with us coming out back here, the players coming out back. It's getting dark at the moment too.
Yeah, it's dark, the clouds overhead not moving anyway, and a persistent drizzle. So we can bring our viewers up to date with what's happening. Barbados in their innings today, 121. And under the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern method, Jamaica set a target of 126 from 32 overs. Rashada Williams caught Knight, bowled Williams 29. Natasha McLean caught Cumberbatch, bowled Bruce 9. Shireen Nation, like before Matthews 3. Stephanie Taylor bowled Selman 13. Kenesha Ferron run out 4. Chanel Henry is still there on 28. Vanessa Watts caught Carrington, bowled Williams 1. Tamika Sanford, like before Williams 6. Nisha Ann Waysam, like before Matthews, no score. Corinne Howell, bowled Matthews, no score. Julianne Brown, not out on 0 as well. So Jamaica at the moment, 106 for the loss of 9, 25.3. And bowling for Barbados, Shanika Bruce, 3 overs, 1 for 22. Ali Allen, 3 overs, none for 21. Haley Matthews, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 16. Shakira Selman, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 25. And Alia Williams, 6.3 overs, 3 for 22. Do you think Barbados would have done enough to win this one?
Yes, I'm judging from what has transpired during the course of the Jamaica innings. I think this is a team that is well led by Haley Matthews. We must give kudos to the Barbados captain and the entire Bajan setup. They're not letting go of the opportunity to win. And you can see them out there. They have the will, the courage, they have the passion to go on and play competitive cricket. Their ground fielding has been good, effecting a few runouts and all of that. And it just goes to show, that Jamaica and Barbados, they produce this sort of rivalry, and it's good for our West Indian cricket and our Caribbean cricket.
Right, so the heavy covers are on. It means that the ground staff will take some time to get the covers off, and I don't think they will have enough time to come back because there was a cut-off time of 12 minutes after 5 p.m. and we have gone way past that. It's now 26 minutes after 5. It means that we're waiting on the officials really to let us know what the final decision is. So we'll take a little break and we'll come back in a short while if there's play, if there's going to be resumption, or if it will be called off. The standby umpire, Moses Ramphal, who is usually supervising the ground staff as they put the covers on or take them off, is not out there, and we don't have any official word just yet. So we'll take a break and we'll come back if we have some more play or if we have a decision for you. So we'll be back in a few minutes. So welcome back to Providence, and we'll greet you for the final time this evening, and with the news that the game has been called off, meaning that time has passed for us to have a resumption. So it's still drizzling. The ground staff, they're beginning to do their work for the next match, which is tomorrow, and it means that with the score 106 for 9, 25.3 overs, Barbados winning this match under the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern method by some 11 runs. Jamaica needed to be at 117 or better if they were to win under the Duckworth, Lewis and Stern method. So Barbados winning their second consecutive Group A match, first over the Windward Islands and now over Jamaica, and they have qualified for the semi-finals. It means on Monday the clash Jamaica against the Windward Islands becomes a virtual quarterfinal, with the winner of that encounter going on to the semi-finals from the Group A. Tournament continues tomorrow with match number 4, Guyana taking on Trinidad and Tobago, the second match of Group B. That is going to be the Father's Day special tomorrow, Sunday, Father's Day. Guyana against Trinidad and Tobago in Group B, match set to begin at 9 hours 30 Guyana Eastern Caribbean time, 8:30 in Jamaica. So on behalf of the entire commentary team, Inderjeet Prasad, Matthew Kisoon, Anthony Kemraj, my name is John Ramsing, saying goodbye for the final time today, wishing you well for the rest of the evening, and inviting you to join us tomorrow for Guyana against Trinidad and Tobago from 9 hours 30 for the Father's Day special, live from Providence. We trust that you've enjoyed our coverage today. It was CG United Super 50 Cup, live from Providence. Until next time, bye-bye.